Hey, Freddie. I hope you haven't been sitting there long. I'm getting some stuff together behind the scenes. Uh, you know, getting stuff ready and getting stuff together. Go ahead and turn on chat. Yep, there you are. There we go. Don't worry. Don't worry, just listening in. That's fair. I don't know how terribly exciting it's going to be, but um, you know, just gonna be trying to start the year off strong, get back in there, get back to streaming. I miss it. And it's been 5 million years, obviously, since I've done anything, so let's see. I've hit everything. Let's see if I can't. Apologies for all of the clicky clacky sounds that you're about to hear because my mic is on now, which means you'll be able to hear everything as I try to set up stuff, do some last minute posts, be like, hey, I'm I'm streaming again. That thing I used to do for fun. I mean, still doing it for fun, obviously, but yeah, I hope you're doing good. Hope work's fun, exciting, enjoyable, all those things. Oh, well, that's not helpful at all. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. And of course, now that the animals hear me talking, 2 out of 3 of them have decided to appear and cause chaos, I'm sure. Oh, no. They've left. They did not take kindly to such slander. Music. I should probably do something. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of dead air. I'm gonna mute my mic real quick. Fear me. Okay. I'm gonna turn that down just a wee bit. Gonna assume that that's not too loud or annoying. I am sure you will all be kind enough to let me know if it is. And if it gets to a point where it's too much, then we will just sit here in silence and enjoy each other's company that way. Is this open? That is open. Dude. There we go. I just need that front so that I can see what I'm doing. I have so many windows open. Thankful for, super thankful for a double monitor. It's a, I need it. Get rid of that. Oh, and there's one more thing I need to do. Yeah, got it. That's great. There I am. Awesome. Just minimize that down. So many windows open, so many things. Oh, I'm sure that's great. That's lovely. Actually, I'm gonna hide this real quick. Not that there's anything specifically on my tablet that I don't want people to see, but there's stuff that I don't want people to see it. That's gonna be. Well, let's see something real quick. How do I just realized that there's stuff. Nope. There's stuff that I don't want people to see, and I'm gonna have to bebop back and forth between in and out of a few things. In order to Are you serious? There we go. Okay. I'm sure that must have been riveting for all of you here. I have pages farther up. I don't want people to see. Actually, hold on just a second. As I once again you you'd think you'd think I have all this planned out right now. Like you think that I would have had this figured out, but it's fine. It's fine. Um that's how we learn. It's been a millennia since uh it's been practically a millennia since I've done any streaming, any coloring, uh anything. So it's gonna take a hot minute for me to get back into a groove of things, or for me to do things in a way that, you know, it's gonna take a minute for me to find my flow, I guess. The best way I'm trying to describe the situation. So so yeah. It's all about learning experience. Just have to just color grabbing a few things from some previous pages. Uh, so as to make my life easier, but also um not have to click back and forth between those pages later when I inevitably have to go back to them to reference them for colors and stuff. Um, so much appreciation for everyone being super patient. At some point, I'll figure out to a way that works for me to have these colors swatched in like a little palette thing on Procreate, so that again, life is made easier for myself. However, um, since they are uh, black and white images, I think that's all the colors that I need. Uh, yeah, since they are black and white images, um, things get a little weirder figuring out, tones and stuff. Thank you. Okay. That is an email I can answer later. That is not important. Okay. I think I have everything set up. If I don't, um if I don't, well, I'll just hide my screen again. Uh that's just how things that's just how things will work. uh, oh, you know what? I should da 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 category. Yep. Okay. There we go. All right. Actually, let's go in here. Let's do some cleaning up first because I will have to do a little bit of that anyway. Tiny, razor tiny. Oh, that's too big. I think for the most part everything looks good. I like it the way that it is. Small cleanups here and there. Things that only I will ever notice and no one else will ever care about. But because I know they're there, you know. This is the way of things I want. I want them done a certain way. It just, I mean, I guess it makes sense since my microphone is picking it up. I just realized that my little, my little, my knee is bouncing along with the music because the music is being picked up by my microphone. Um, so that's, eh, it is what it is. I'm not too worried about it. I'm not too fussed about it. I am having. Do I add a fountain? Well, the fountain's already there. The question is, do I add water to the fountain? I feel like the answer should be yes. Because, you know, why else did I draw it? I guess part of that answer is because, well, I wanted something there. I didn't want to just leave that space empty. And it was in the sketches, so. That looks better, I think, instead of it just being a empty little fountain just sitting there. I'm gonna hold on just I'm gonna go grab something. I'll be right back. Alright, I have returned. It was super easy, super quick. I remembered I forgot to take my vitamins today with breakfast. So I'm gonna do that now. Because vitamins are important. Vitamins are good. And if I get into the habit of taking them now, it won't be such a slog once convention season starts up and I have to start taking them and prep for all of those shows. Because while I still mask, at shows, it never hurts to boost your immune system. Have, that extra bit of vitamin C and stuff in your system. I have been screen went to sleep. No, I have been continuing to mask ever since we started going back to conventions. Which has been which has made going back to conventions a little less nerve-wracking because then you don't have to worry about I can't control all of the other people not wearing masks, but I can wear one and I can be fine. And then last year, no, the year before, at AwesomeCon, so AwesomeCon 2022, I thought that I was, I know how to project. I know how to speak from my diaphragm. I can talk through a mask and have people hear me in a crowded room and it'll be fine. Um, I was promptly humbled when I got home Monday because I had absolutely no voice. And so my husband was sweet enough to go look up a personal speaker. And so I've been using that ever since. So everyone gets to hear me loud and clear. I get to wear my mask. Everybody's happy. And every so often, I get to watch people look up in confusion when I start talking because they don't realize that my voice is coming from a speaker. Like I guess they don't notice the microphone, and then they notice the speaker on the table, and then everything just kind of falls into place. Hi, Inky. Hello. Yeah, no, the personal speaker has been hmm, excuse me. I have a little bit of a frog in my throat. The other thing I got up to get was a Ricola because the air is dry here, and so that's in my cheek now. Um, but yeah, no, the personal speaker. Uh, I have been singing its praises. um, I've been singing its praises since I got it. Uh, I've had multiple people tell me that it makes it easier to hear people in masks in general. I have had people who are hard of hearing at conventions tell me that it makes it so much easier to hear me in general. And, you know, with or without the mask, like it's hard to hear people at really crowded conventions anyway, just because of how loud it is. So just having that there um, has been, has proven to just continuously be beneficial and, um, makes communicating with people a lot easier. And I don't have to risk losing my voice because I don't have to try and scream through my mask. Um, and it's rechargeable and it just sort of sits on the table. I used to clip it to my display, but then I changed the grids that I use. Um, so now I just sort of lay it on the table in a way that people can, so that people can still hear it and hear me. And it's rechargeable, and I think it was like somewhere between like 25 $30 range on Amazon. Um, we did end up sending one back because it wasn't terribly loud. Um, it wasn't very good when we tested it in the house, but the new one that I have, I enjoy, or the new quote unquote. It's the one that I've been using, but the second one that I bought, I really like. Um, I'm pretty sure I posted about it on my Instagram. And I'll try to, as the con season kicks back off again, I will try to share that again for anybody who is interested. Um, yeah, I'm glad you were able to come by. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I uh I have no idea what my schedule is going to be as far as streaming, if I can be completely honest. Um, I'm my goal right now is to try and um consistently nope. There we go. You know what, we're gonna duplicate another. We're just gonna duplicate a few more just to be on the safe side. There we go. There we go. Awesome. Um, but yeah, the nope, that is not the face that I need. That is the skin that I need. I completely forgot my train of thought because my tablet distracted me. Oh, schedule. Yeah. Um, I have my goal is to try and at least stream twice a month. At least, at the very least. Anything over than that will be amazing. Um, I originally told myself I wasn't going to stream on Tuesdays because uh I do online D&D with my friends in the evenings on Tuesdays, and I thought that that might be either too much screen time or too much voice time. Um, but I want to get these pages done for the goal that I have in mind for this stuff. And I've kind of been chomping at the bit to get working on it, and I didn't want to waste, well, quote unquote, waste any more time. I didn't want to wait any longer, so I figured I'd just do it today, um, and get started. So yeah. But I kind of want to unplug my computer from the storm. Yeah, we're just getting rain up here. I was really hopeful that we were gonna get some snow, especially after we didn't get any snow this weekend, and I was very disappointed. Um, and then to hear that everyone in North Carolina is getting like snow or like schools are closing down or whatever because of the weather, and here I am, that sad and still no snow. It's just raining. Uh, I am I am not pleased. Oh, that's right. This is still in huh. I'm smart. It doesn't matter. Um, but yeah, for I wish for snow too. It was kind of one of those things where it's like, haha, I'm moving up to the mountains. I'll see snow again. I guess eventually. I guess eventually I'll see snow again. Someday. My first Christmas up here was a white Christmas. It did snow. So I think it was just uh we're trying to be nice to me. Like, this is the only snow you're gonna get, sweetie. I hope you're pleased. I was not. I would like more, but we'll do what we can with what we got. I'm gonna move back to the mountains. Um, I I'm not gonna say that I would. I'm sorry. I just realized that it looks like it's raining harder. I'm gonna have to tip the trash can over later. Today is trash day, and I watched the garbage man come and pick up our trash, and the lid stayed open. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. That's not my problem right now. That is a later me problem. That is a me when I go outside, um, many hours from now problem. He took all the trash, so it's not like there will be trash soup waiting for me. So I mean, there's that. It just the lid is open and it is raining more, and I'm not going outside. I'm not. I don't want to. No one will know. I'll just tip it over before I drag it back to its spot. It'll be fine. Um, but yeah. um, but I know you asked earlier about how um con season last year was. It was pretty good. Um, all things considered. Uh, it's one of those things where it's like I wish it could have been better. I wish some things had gone a bit better. Um, I um some shows that I was expecting, like for example, say Awesome Con. I had a great time there. Met new friends, got to see some old friends that I've met while tabling and while doing the convention rounds and everything. So that was nice. It's always nice getting to catch up and see people and socialize. Um, got to, had a pretty easy time getting there and getting to the hotel. Um, pretty smooth for a trip into DC and out of DC. Uh, did well numbers wise and everything. It's just, I think the only thing that was kind of disappointing is that I was basing the projections that I was hoping for. Um, I was basing off of the previous year. Um, and so while I think if I remember correctly, I did end up making more than I made the my first year there at Awesome Con. Um, I didn't end up making as much more as I thought I was going to. Um, like, so I still did well. I still made a profit and everything. I just was kind of hoping that I'd be able to do more. And I feel like that's kind of was the going trend for last year, for the convention season as a whole. Like, I for the shows that I returned to, I was kind of hoping to do more, and you know it ended up not panning out that way. Um, and then for some shows that I went to for the first time last year, like I did um a few Pride events last year, um, which I hadn't done before, and had a blast and had a great time. And so it's just like, okay, so this is what I can expect from this and blah 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 blah, and that kind of whole thing. So my hope is that this year um will be, it won't be a repeat, and everything. um Obviously you want to, when you invest in conventions, you want everything to go well and for you to have, like, nothing but successes, but that's not completely realistic. uh which, I mean, I'm sure you remember, Inky, because you've done shows before, so I'm kind of preaching to the choir at this point. But not every show is going to be a banger. um and that's fine. um I just, I want things to go well. um I did end up, I did have a big adventure last year. Last year I got into C2E2. So I got to go to Chicago for the first time. Um, Literally almost got knocked over because 'tis the Windy City. And um, she sure lives up to her nickname because uh, I the ground outside of the hotel was very slick as we were leaving for the first night, and I realized that I was being pushed along the slick tile floor ever so slightly because of how windy it was. And had flashbacks to growing up in New Mexico, so that was fun. Um but yeah, no, I think it was just a combination of the rain and just, the terrain being tricky. But yeah, no, she was windy, she was wet. um my my parents texted at one point, like, hey, they're saying like tornadoes and stuff touched down in Chicago, like, is that anywhere near where you guys are? um while we were trying to order, this text of course came in while we were trying to order dinner, and we were trying to figure out why DoorDash suddenly wasn't running, and we were like, oh, well, maybe they're having app problems. Let's try Uber Eats or stuff like that. Yeah, nobody was running. And then I got the text from my mom, and I was like, "Oh, it's probably because there's like tornado warnings and people don't want to die to bring us food." I was like, "No, no, that's legit." Oop. So, I can't remember if we just ended up trying to like wait it out, or if we just used stuff that we had brought from, like, um stuff that we had brought with us in the cooler to just like make sandwiches and just sort of figure it out from there. Um because yeah, we were just like, well, I don't want to make someone drive in weather that they don't feel safe driving in. Just because I'm hungry, I can make a sandwich. Um yeah, so no tornadoes next. No. Uh So so yeah, we made do, and it was a good weekend after all. Or overall, rather. It was it was super trippy because usually at conventions, like, Sunday is like the slow day. Or well, Friday's the slow day, and then Sunday, you never usually do, like, it's usually the way the maths out is like on a 3-day show. Friday is usually your slowest day. Um, and then Saturday, you tend to trend double whatever you made on Friday or more. And then Sunday you kind of make on average about like half of what you've made the previous day, um or something. Like Sunday is usually somewhere snugly in between Friday and Saturday. Like um but not at C2E2. um no, like I don't know what was in the water Sunday, but like people came through. I think on Sunday I had like my biggest total transaction. Like this one couple came in and they saw my stuff and they were just like, uh the guy was like, just get whatever you want. And she was like, okay. And he's like, well, I'm gonna get me some stuff and you get whatever you want. And she was like, cool, bet. And then um they like I rang up their total and then she was like, oh wait, I didn't see this. I kind of want this. And he's like, well, if you're gonna get that, I'm gonna get this. And then they just kept going and kept going. And I was just like, "Are you guys sure?" And they're like, "Yeah, just keep, just keep bringing it up and tell us the total." And I was okay. So I think they won the prize for like largest uh largest sale total of that weekend. So that was definitely weird for a Sunday. um and yeah, no, that's kind of how the whole Sunday went. Just people just came by. This one lady was really sweet. She had like come by multiple times and asked if like it was okay if she took pictures to show like some of her family that weren't there, and then came back and was like, I finally made it back to you. And uh brought, I guess, the one of the younglings that hadn't been able to be there earlier, and it was like, buy these things or pick out what you want and I'll buy them for you. Yeah, like it's always so surreal. Um uh yeah, no, like it's always trippy to me because like I try to, back when I first started doing conventions, there's always a person who's like, oh, I'm making my first rounds and I'll be back. Um and like I tend to try to believe people, but like convention halls, especially now, convention halls are just slammed full of people and there's so much to see, and sometimes you get overstimulated. And I know I've been guilty of moments where I've been like, oh no, no, I'm totally gonna come back, and then I don't. um and I feel terrible because I've either lost where that person's booth is, or you know like I could have sworn they were in one spot and now they're not, and all sorts of other things. And so like I try not to hold too many people to like, I'll be back, and then they never show back up again, and it's like, it's okay, I don't take it personally, I promise. um but yeah, no, like people, I don't like that gray, and I don't know if I want that to be a darker gray. um hmm. um but yeah, like some of the people, I think the reason why she stuck out so much to me was because like I saw this woman fight through, um to get through around the area around my table so many times during that weekend, because like you could tell when panels let out, because the floor would go from being manageable to maneuver around to just butt to gut. And people like going through the artist alley and the vendor hall, just trying to get from point A to point B. And like this poor lady, like this lady, what? Don't you giggle. It's a perfect descriptor though, because it's what it is. It's like I don't know like it's like when you're with a group of friends, it's one thing because you're usually like, at least me and my friends, we are very comfortable with being in close proximity with one another. But like when it's random strangers, and it's like we are too close and I don't feel comfortable. Um but like this this lady who was like, I'm gonna be back. Um, I remember just seeing her fighting through like the crowds and everything, and she was in a mobility scooter, and so like obviously she can't really like if she sees something, she has to like go out and around and then like try and turn around and come back in. And so just the simple fact that she was just like, I made it back. I said I was coming back, and I did. Um, it's just more power to her. like, like you go, madam. Um, but yeah, no, like Chicago was so much. The hotel that we found um was right next to Chinatown, and so that was fun. Um, just sort of getting to um have the opportunity to go try out like authentic Chinese food and everything, and just be plopped right there in the thick of everything was fun. And um everyone was really nice. All of our uh the Uber drivers that we had to take, they were all very nice. um the people who were running the hotel that we stayed in, they were also very nice. Everyone was just really chill and really cool. um Overall experience 10 out of 10. Would like to go back and do Chicago again. I haven't heard back from them yet. um but hopefully I'll be able to get into C2E2. If not, this year, there's always next year, which is basically my approach to most conventions anyway. So fingers crossed. But um so I have this weird thing walking around big cities um doesn't really bother me so much. I like walking and exploring places. Um and because I don't like being lost, I will have a tendency to like map or like try to figure out on the map where I'm going before I get out there and everything. And I'm always kind of just in general hyper vigilant about where I'm going or where I went to get to where I'm going because I don't like being lost. That aspect of large city does not bother me. That said, get out of the curtain. Tuna, get down. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. I have to contend with a cat. I knew you were gonna get it. Um, but yeah, no, I think the he literally just came in here to cause chaos. Uh, uh, that said, I do struggle with nerves when driving in in much more I guess metropolitan areas. Um, I handle it better when I am the one behind the wheel. Um, but I do struggle a bit with just the sort of general like, you know, being in a more urban city because obviously the people who live there know where they're going. I don't. And I have shared with my friends my general dislike of how Google Maps or GPSs in general will do that thing where they're like, in 500 feet, turn left. In 1,000 feet, you know, your destination will be on the right. Um, that means absolutely nothing to me. uh, I don't know why. Um, especially as a visual person, I don't um I don't know why that just it means absolutely nothing to me. It is it is like if Google Maps said, and in three intersections your turn will be like, you're gonna make a right turn, then yeah, that's fine. But the second it starts going into like hundreds of feet, that is the moment where I'm just like, okay, I need to check the GPS, especially if I'm on the highway. Like, I need to look at the screen of the GPS real quick because I need to know um, if that means this exit or the next exit. Um, like, I need to see the exit number. If we're in like a city or like a more urban space, then I'm like, okay, then that means I need to be like how many streets am I gonna drive through and until I hit the one where I need to turn. Um, these are the things that I think about because I for being a very visual person, um this the measurements in feet mean nothing to me. They are more than useless, and I don't understand why. Uh so yeah, so that is where I that is where any sort of stress for me can come from in that kind of setting, is not knowing where I am, and then, obviously other people don't know that I don't know where I am, and you know honking has its own cultural connotations depending on where you are, uh and everything. So sometimes it's not aggression. Sometimes it's like, hey, you can go. Sometimes flashing your lights at people is aggression. Sometimes it's not. I just, yeah. So that is where being in like large cities or more urban settings becomes stressful to me. But the second I'm on foot, like, I'm good. Like, I'm good. I'm calmer. Um, but yeah, driving through certain spaces is stressful. Um, I did look out though, and I did get a parking spot that I didn't have to pay for, right next to our hotel that was like on the street. So I didn't like we unloaded super easy. It was right there. And the added benefit is that for all intents and purposes, I actually parallel parked really well for my first time in that sort of situation. uh, so it yeah, no, where they were, I thought they did have parking. Actually, I think it's not. It's I swear this isn't a throwing him under the bus sort of situation. My husband booked the hotel, and I think we were both under the impression that there was parking available, or at least like a parking deck nearby. There wasn't. There was like a space where you could pull up in front of the hotel, and park. Uh, like it wasn't a chain hotel. At least I don't think it was a chain hotel. Um, and so when I asked them about parking, they were like, well, there's a few street lots nearby, and there's like a general deck a block or two over and stuff. And then, there's street parking um all around, um that isn't specific. Like, thankfully the street parking that we did find that was literally right around the corner from the hotel uh didn't have any like day or time nights or like stuff like that. So we parked there on a Thursday, and I basically just left my car there, and I was just like, nope, like we're it's like this is it. Um, I probably could have circled the block one or two more times to find um like a lot area, but I didn't, and clearly I was meant to find that spot because it was right there. It was perfect. It was the only one that was there. I wiggled my big to me car because I'm still getting used to my newer car, even though I think I just hit the 2-year anniversary of when I bought it. Um but after 10 plus years of driving a Toyota Camry, a RAV4 feels so much bigger. Uh so but it has a backup cam. So that made me feel a lot more confident about my parallel parking skills um and everything. And I did really good, and my husband even said that I did really good. And he got back in just to get me a little bit closer to the curb and everything. And he was like, for your first attempt in an active steady setting with, people driving up and down the street and whatnot, like you actually did really, really great. Considering I have not had to I have not had to parallel park in that way in many, many years. Um in slower cities, like there have been times where I've quote unquote parallel parked in Raleigh, but I've lucked out because there's like 3 empty spots in a row. And so I just pull in and then pull off. Um, which I kind of consider to be cheating. Um, and in this situation, there was kind of like one and a half, because I think there was like a car that was like a compact car or something. Um, so yeah, I had to do the whole like pull up farther, then throw it in reverse sort of situation and angle it in there and thread the needle between two cars. Um, and I did really well. I did really well. I was super proud of myself. Um, and yeah, that was definitely in my mind, an achievement unlocked sort of moment. I was just like, look at me, I'm an adult. I'm parallel parked. Um, what are you two doing? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, outside outside of that, um obviously uh but yeah, and then obviously that means that we drove up to Chicago. I joked with my husband on the way back uh that we were going to stop by the Mothman Museum when we got into West Virginia, and that there was nothing that he could do to stop me because I happened to be driving that leg of the race. And I was in control of the car. Um, However, that joke quickly died because I was tired and he was tired, and we were both like, maybe we'll get some friends and we'll have a day trip or something where like we drive up the night before and get like a little motel or something, and then we go see the Mothman stuff, and he gets to watch me go completely rabid around White Pleasant or Mount Pleasant, and you know just be my feral little cryptid goblin self, and do that, um which would be nice. uh so yeah, but like the the drive up there was really nice. I stop that. Um, it was pretty uneventful for the most part. Um, as someone who used to live out west, I will admit that I forgot how immediately flat everything becomes once you hit a certain part of the country where it's just like I was like, ah yes, this this all feels very familiar. Everything is everything is flat. Everything is flat as far as the eye can see. Um I think it was in Illinois. Um we like drove through like this massive like windmill farm. It was just windmills for as far as the eye could see. And it was really cool. Um and it was starting to get close to the evening because we decided we did the drive in a day. Like we did some stops and everything. But like yeah, no, like it we went from like mountains to like the mountains in like Virginia and then West Virginia and then uh in Ohio, like there were some hills and then all of a sudden it was just it was just pancake. And I was just like, oh yeah, that's right. I I forgot that's what it's like out here. um and it just feels like it's going on for forever and ever. Like I remember we did a road trip from New Mexico to Minnesota to visit my aunt when I was very little and we moved back to the States. And like out there it's super trippy because there's literally not anything to look at. Um except for like the occasional like beef farm or, you know, just cows. Everything's just flat. Um for miles in every direction. And so it's very it can be very disconcerting. But at least on the path that our GPS took us through, at least there was some stuff out there, like, you know, the occasional little hill or whatever, and you know, bits of scenery, houses, buildings, stuff like that. And then, you know, the windmill farm. Uh that was I was just like, look how big they are. Which duh, but you know, um it was definitely it was definitely a sight to behold. Um, we had fun driving through it because I kept pointing out the ones that weren't working. See, that one's not spinning. That one's not spinning. That one's not spinning either. Oh, that one's spinning very slowly. Like they're broken. They're not working. Um, but yeah, like we had a pretty uneventful drive uh there and back. Um, I I had a moment where I forgot that like you know, I'm used because of how I grew up, I'm used to doing like little road trips and stuff. Um, but I didn't remember till that drive that like my husband never really did stuff like that. Or had never really experienced that. Um, and we ended up having a conversation while we were driving. Like he didn't know what what a flying J was. Like he had heard about it, but like he didn't understand, I guess, what the difference between like a flying J and like a regular gas station was, or why it was such, or like I guess a more accurate comparison would be like Bucky's. Like he didn't understand what the big deal was, and for me, that's what it was. I think he didn't understand what like a Bucky's was from like a YouTube channel that we were watching, and they were talking about how they were so excited to like stop at a Bucky's, and I was like, well, it's like a Flying J, which still made absolutely no sense to him. And I was like, well, they're like super large gas stations, um, but with like they're travel centers. So like they have like cars can get gas, but also tractor trailers get gas, and then they have like little stores in them where you can, buy food and tchotchkes and use the bathroom, and sometimes there's like a little restaurant inside of it, where you can sit down and just sort of like it's like a it's like a rest stop, but obviously on steroids because you know state-owned rest stops are bathrooms and scenery and maybe a vending machine and maybe a welcome center depending on where the rest stop is, like if it's really close to the border. um but yeah, he had never experienced one of those before, and so on our way back we stopped in at one. I forget what it was called, but we stopped in there, and he we got gas and topped up and everything, and he just kind of had fun getting to walk around inside of it. And he's like, so it's just like a really big gas station? I was like, yeah, it's there, and you got stuff. And then I completely forgot to buy a magnet from the gas station, because my family kind of has a tradition of whenever we travel places. My grandpa used to be a long distance truck driver, um, and so he would buy magnets or little things from like where he had been, um, and then like come home and put them on the fridge. And so when other families started going on trips, like we'd bring in magnets from different states, um, and everything. And so I had completely forgotten to buy one while we were in Chicago, but a friend was kind enough to buy one before they left from the airport, and mail it to me. And then we completely forgot to buy one in Ohio, and so on. So even more incentive to try and get back into C2E2 so that I can go buy my magnets, so that I can add them to our fridge. Um, I do think I remembered to buy one when I went to Emerald City uh, Comic Con. So I do. I remembered. I think as we were leaving, or as we were in the airport, like I bought myself a mug because I am a mug person. I'm a cup mug uh magpie. I like my cups. I like my mugs. So I bought myself a Seattle mug. And uh I got a magnet, um well, two magnets, and I sent one to my aunt, but then like I got one for our fridge so that we could have our Seattle magnet. So um yeah, I need to C2E2 let me back in so I can make sure that I get my magnets from like Ohio and I guess West Virginia. We'll have to stop at a place in West Virginia to get a magnet so that I can have that one. Or should I wait until we go to uh Mount Pleasant? Or no, no, I will get one for West Virginia, and then we will go to the Mothman Museum and I will get a Mothman magnet. Um yes. Yes, this is the plan. A good friend of ours, actually, they went up with their family, um because they have family in West Virginia. They went up through that area and stopped at the museum, and um they were kind enough to like, I guess Henry had told them, is like, yeah, no, Brittany's into cryptids. Uh and so he was like, oh, okay, I know what she'll like. And he bought me a mug and a sticker from the Mothman Museum. And I was just like, ah. And I think they were my Christmas present that year, from those friends. And they were just, I was super excited. Uh and then I word vomited at him about cryptids and how they're amusing to me. Yes, let me in. Let me back, Chicago. Let me back into Chinatown. I want the tasty food. I wish to eat. I wish to eat all of the tasty Chinatown food. I wish to um I wish to uh, uh I I wish to do all the things. I wish to do all the things. I wish to go to Chicago and not be bowled over by the wind, maybe. I don't know if that's something that I can or cannot control. Um, but that's fine. Uh, and then maybe this time I will have the deep dish pizza. My husband got some while we were inside of the convention center, and he said it was delicious. Um, I was not in the mood for pizza that day, uh, so I did not have any. But good golly, was that a thick pizza? I have pictures of it. She was thick. I want to try a good roasted duck one day. Yeah, I don't think I've had duck. I have had duck's eggs before. A family that I knew um from the church that we were at the time uh in North Carolina, they kept chickens and they had a duck. Um and so obviously that means that they had, well, I guess not obviously, but that means that they had, chicken eggs and duck eggs, and they offered me some one day, and they gave me a boiled duck egg, and then they also gave me, some, I guess they'd just be raw. Yeah, just some raw duck eggs. And scrambled, they taste pretty much like a chicken egg. Um like I really couldn't taste the difference. My dad and I tried them. My mom politely refused. But yeah, like we both just sort of looked at each other, and I was like, "Did you mix in a chicken egg with this?" And he's like, "I don't know. I just cracked the duck egg." And we both just sat there, and it's like it tastes like a chicken egg. But um the boiled egg, uh so chicken eggs obviously taste savory. Um but like the duck egg tasted a little sweet, like if that makes sense. Like not as savory as a chicken egg, um, but still just tasted like a boiled egg. Uh, so so that was interesting. Um, yeah, I haven't had duck meat before. Um, so I would like to try that at some point. Um, I would also like to have goat again. I had curry goat many years ago, when my brother and his now wife took me to uh, New York with them. And her family is, I they're from St. Vincent. Um, like I'm trying to remember specifically if it's technically Caribbean. I don't. So they're originally from St. Vincent. So it was like Islander curry goat, and it was really tasty. Um, but I haven't had it since, and I would really like to have it again. Um, but I gotta figure out where to get goat meat from, especially now up here in the mountains. I'm not 100% sure where I could find curry goat or goat in general. Um, so that's an adventure for another day. um, but yeah, I I'm pretty open um to trying like new meats and stuff, new proteins. I've gotten a lot better about trying new food. Um, when I got older, around college age, I was just like, you know what, why not? I'm gonna try this. What's the worst that can happen? I hate it, and then I don't want it. Um, I have found though that it is a safer bet for me to try meat versus trying to get myself to try vegetables. I've gotten better about vegetables, but like for the longest time it was just like I'm not gonna I'm not even gonna humor that. I'm not gonna try it because I don't want it. Um but yeah, now I'm better about trying the vegetables and different stuff. Um and expanding what I eat that way. But yeah, 9 times out of 10, if it is some type of meat dish, I will be far more likely to be like, yeah, no, let's go. Let's try this. Let's see what all of the hullabaloo is about. Um, if it is vegetables, I will put a polite amount on my plate and I will try it. And that is it. I'm trying to be better. I'm an adult. I eat things. I eat adult things. It's weird. Like I'm willing to try new stuff. I just also am willing to just sort of. I'm also. I guess I could come across as stubborn. Like I'm like if I say no and I'm not interested in trying something, you continuing to harangue me about it is not going to get me to try it. Like it's just not going to happen. Um, and then at that point, it becomes. I don't even know if it would count as like a point of pride or a just pure stubbornness. It's like, no, I'm not gonna eat this. And now the fact that you're trying to make me eat this makes me want it even less. So you have lost. You have lost this fight. You have not realized that you've lost, but you have lost. You can't win me over now. Um thankfully though, most people seem to be understanding. And it's like, okay, well, she's not gonna eat it, so that's fine. Um which is one of the great things about getting older is that people can try to bully you into trying things and it doesn't matter because you're an adult and you said no. As a kid it's like, well, you've got to eat it anyway. That's like, no. And he's saying the same things, drinking juice boxes and eating chicken nuggets. I mean, I'm a big girl. I made myself like I marinated some beef over the weekend and I I cooked it yesterday and made beef ramen. Um I don't know if the beef stock that or beef broth that I used yesterday uh I don't know how I feel about it. So luckily though, because of how I made it, I may just make some steamed rice today and just have the teriyaki beef pieces with rice instead. Um and chuck the broth. Like I mean, it was good, but I don't know if my tummy was grumpy with me yesterday because of the broth or like the broth and the noodles, or if like I've just had too much fiber lately because of everything else that I've been eating. I don't know, but my tummy was a little grumpy last night. So, um, but yeah, like I will cook myself actual food for like lunch and stuff, but I also um will be low maintenance in the regard where it's just like I'm gonna make myself a sandwich this week. I'm just gonna have sandwiches for lunch this whole week, or you know, fish sticks and french fries. That will be my lunch for this week. I'm just gonna turn on the oven and have fish sticks and french fries and um worry about actual food when like I'll eat quote unquote real food or adult food at dinner and stuff like that, that kind of stuff. Stuff that doesn't really, it's like it doesn't really matter. Like as long as you're eating, as long as you have food in you, that's all that really matters at the end of the day. Um, so yeah, I, but I'm an adult now, so I can do that kind of stuff. No, nobody can tell me no. Um, if I say I don't want to eat something, I don't have to. Yeah, I hope so too. Um, but uh, like I don't want to pour it out, but at the same time, it's just like, am I gonna be able to convince myself to eat it again if it's already upset my tummy? So, mm. One of the other advantages of being an adult is that sometimes, or one of the downsides of being an adult is that sometimes you have to make decisions like that where it's just like, but I spent money on this and I I don't want to not uh I don't want to not eat this food. Um I actually had a moment like that this morning. Um where I opened the bag of apples that we bought this weekend. And I was grossed out and then after a while kind of upset that like I haven't gotten around to buying a composter, um, which is something that I want and greatly desire, because I don't like the idea of wasting food. But at the same time, is it really wasting food if it goes in the compost pile? Especially in the event like this morning where I went to go cut up some apples for my breakfast, and the first one I took out of the bag was like it had like a big brown sunken spot on it and had mold growing on it. So it wasn't even a situation of like, oh, there's a bruise on it, I can cut it off. Like, no, it was a good chunk of the top of this apple was in the sunken place, and then there was like a little line of mold, and I am allergic to mold. So I probably just threw the whole bag in the garbage. Because the proper saying is one bad apple spoils the or like a few bad apples spoil the bunch, and so I just threw the whole thing away. Like I'm not risking that. And then after I got over that initial shock, I was yet again disappointed because it's just like I could have, if I had a composter, I could have at least thrown this in the composter. Meh. And it wouldn't have felt like such a complete waste. But sometimes you can't control that you can't control that sort of stuff. And you just gotta be you just you just disappointed. I'm sorry, the cat is one of the cats has the zoomies, and he just ran into something, I think. It was a cardboard box by the sound of it, but still, it's just like, sweet summer child, what are you doing? um yeah, no, our we have, I guess he still counts as a kitten. We have a kitten. The cat distribution center gave us our system rather gave us a kitten this summer. Our neighbor found him under the hood of an old truck in his driveway that no longer ran, and was like, I cannot take care of this kitten. And the other neighbor was like, I cannot take care of this kitten. So that's how we got our son. And he fits in just great. We were a little worried that, the others would not be accepting of him, but he's just as derpy, and sometimes his intelligence is questionable. So he fits right in with everybody else. um yes, our sweet kitten son is so we have that is actually beautiful segue. That is actually why there are three animal heads floating around me. Because I didn't want just myself floating there. And I figured that at some point, eventually, one or both or all three of them are gonna do something stupid that someone's going to hear on stream. And I want there to be faces of the culprits so that people know that the chaos ensuing is because of them. Um, so the one with the RBF is Trixie, uh, the OG kitty cat. Uh, the bulldog underneath is Angus. Uh, and the vacantly staring green-eyed boy is the newest addition to our family. That is Tuna. He, I drew him with whiskers, even though for a while he had no whiskers, um, because he kept trying to roughhouse with Trixie, but clearly did not have the coordination for it, and I think she managed to break off all of his whiskers because she just kept bodying him over and over again. Um, but he eventually learned, and his whiskers did grow back. Those are pet portraits. Those are wanted posters. Yeah. um. Yeah. They're criminals close to my heart. I love them to pieces. My love for them cannot be understated. Uh, but every so often, I'm just like, uh, I can't blame it all on Tuna. I can't, but he has definitely brought about a squirrelier side in both Angus and Trixie. Um, so that's been uh fun to watch. Uh, Trixie is still the most vocal out of the two. She will talk with me constantly. Tuna tried for a little bit, and then I think he decided that talking was too much trouble. Um, and so now he only sasses me back when I chastise him. So every time, once in a while, I will get a little high pitched squeak meow out of him, if I call his name too many times, I guess. Um, and bother him. Uh, and he is. I'm assuming most of it is kitten energy, but he is a goblin. He's figured out that he can fit under the couch, so every once in a while we'll hear toys jingling and won't see anybody, and we'll realize he's playing with a toy under the couch. Um, he likes to crawl under the futon, but now he's getting a little bit too big, I think. So I just hear I'll be in the office minding my own business, and I'll just hear frantic scrambling. Um, and then I look down to see like a butt sticking out from under the futon as he is frantically trying to like stuff himself under there. Um, and he's usually a bit successful. um, not always much, but he is he managed to get under there. And then he'll, he'll hang out under there until he gets bored, I guess, and then he's just like, okay, time to come out. And then it just watching him like peel himself out from under the futon, because there's no rug in my office, it's just hardwood floor, so he has absolutely no traction. Um has been fun to watch. It's also fun to watch when they have zoomies and everyone's trying to get from point A to point B really fast. So there's a lot of Tokyo drift happening in the house during zoomy times where people are trying to cut corners a little too fast and just slam into things. And you think that would be a lesson to them that they need to slow down, and clearly it's not, because they don't. They don't. They just they just wreck headlong into stuff and hope for the best. And you know, I mean, I guess I can't be mad at them. They haven't broken anything while they have the zoomies, so there's that. This does not feel light enough. Like this, is it showing up? It's showing up. It's just very subtle. And it's one of those moments where I'm wondering if it is too subtle. I don't know. I like it. I've already committed. I'm gonna go with it. But yeah, tuna fits in. Um, he is a bit more cat-like than Trixie is, in the sense that like he will knock stuff off of tables. Um, so I had kind of gotten spoiled with Trixie because she doesn't do that. She just sort of leaves stuff alone. Um, Tuna does not. He chooses violence and um carefully curated violence though. He will only push stuff off of the coffee table or knock stuff off of things under a set of very specific circumstances. Um so that's fun. uh so yeah, so that's been fun to learn about him. Both cats seem to like sleeping on my side of the bed, so I regularly am squished between uh, two cats at different points in the night. I haven't had to wake up to pull them apart because he's decided that he needs to play right now. And as you can imagine, Trixie usually is not okay with this plan because she wants to sleep, as does most of the household at night. Um, but I haven't had to pull them apart recently, so that's been that has been a great development. Tuna sounds like lovely chaos energy. He is. He completely wore himself out on Christmas. Um, my parents got, you know, when when presents are being doled out for everyone, that means that the animals get presents too. Um, so needless to say, mom and dad made sure that the cats were well taken care of, as was Angus. And the uh the poor boy was just so overstimulated and Like, there was one point where all of the new cat toy, well, a majority of the new cat toys, because one was just like a bag of like little fuzz balls and jingly balls and mice. Um, and those were not spelled out everywhere. We decided we were going to dole those out bit by bit as he probably smacks them under the couch and, you know, or they get eaten by the vacuum cleaner, whichever comes first. Or he rips them open. He ripped open one of the catnip mice that Trixie had had for like years, and left its hollowed out husk on the couch. So I had to vacuum up like desiccated catnip bits, and bits of string and stuff off the couch one morning. That was nice. But yeah, so he did that. Yeah, no, complete disrespect. Uh I'd be more upset if it was like if she really enjoyed playing with those toys, but thankfully it wasn't. Her favorites out of all of her old toys seem to be like an old like mini lamb chop, and then a an Olaf Tsum Tsum that Henry found randomly. Uh, I think while he was at work one day, and then like brought it home and washed it, and she'll carry that around or lamb chop around. But that's those are who her two standbys. Everything else just kind of exists. Um, and so when we put them out and Tuna found them, he has just slowly pulled out each little toy from the box and has smacked them around the house. Uh, so now they're littered around the house everywhere. Um, but you know, Christmas Day, like there was a point where I took pictures and sent my parents pictures of like I have never seen this cat sleep so hard during the day. Like, and he slept through the night. I'm pretty sure, like completely undeterred. Like he passed out on the couch, uh, passed out on his little bed, passed out on the dog. Like he got up to eat dinner and then promptly went back to the couch and just fell back asleep again. Um, my husband's coworker came over for dinner that day, and again, Kat just like looked up, saw him, made the attempt to get up and like come say hi a few times, but stayed, just out of reach because he's a cat, and then probably just found a warm corner and flopped over again. Like he broke himself. um, so he had a good Christmas, clearly. But yeah, it's he is a little ball of energy. Um, and that's just fine. I wouldn't have him any other way. Like, boy ain't bright, but I wouldn't change him for the world. I wouldn't change him for the world. Yeah, no, he was gone. There were like a few moments where like I think Henry and I took turns going to check on him. It was just like, is he still breathing? Like, is he okay? And like, nope, he's breathing. Chest is rising and falling. He does appear to be breathing. He is okay. Um, but yeah, no, like he wore himself slam smack out. Um, and it was beautiful. It was glorious. I am trying. I don't know why I'm trying to do this because you can't see anything. This would probably be better if I did this up here. And then I made it thinner. I don't know if I like that. Meh. You're supposed to be a fountain. But I don't know if I like that. I don't know if, when you zoom out, it doesn't look as weird. And this is why I typically. Okay, that looks okay. And if I don't like it, and holding the mirror to his mouth, yeah, no, like it's just those moments where it's just like you gotta get real close. And it's like, is he breathing? I don't know. Let me just sit here and stare at him for a few minutes. Yep, he's breathing. It's okay. Um, gotta just make sure. He's not moving, and that's not normal for him. Man, he's yeah, he's a trip, and he's like my dad's little buddy right now. Like, my parents have come up to visit since we acquired him, and dad has fully embraced him as his grand cat, and he is just like, where's my grandson cat? Where is he? What's he doing? Um, my parents got a real big kick out of him the other day because we had no snow, um, but it was really chilly up here, so we decided to turn on our fireplace, and he just sort of curled up in the bed, in like the little bed next to the fireplace, after getting close enough to decide that, like, I don't like that. After getting close enough to decide that the fireplace was no joke and it was too hot to mess with and he didn't want to deal with it, which is good because beforehand, homeboy was definitely in the camp of if I fits, I sits, and was having fun like going inside of the fireplace and exploring. Um, which, as you can imagine, is not a safe thing for a cat to do. Um, so so yeah, there was some concern that we would turn on the fireplace and homeboy would try to climb inside. But thankfully, his survival instinct seemed to have kicked in, and he was like, "Ah, no, that is danger." And he is left well enough alone, and I am happy. I am happy about that one less thing I have to worry about. Um, but yeah, no, they both got a kick out of the fact that he was just sort of sprawled in front of the fireplace. And at one point had like stretched out and it looked like he was warming his paws in front of the fireplace. Um, mm-mm. What layer are you on? Oh no. Okay, you're on that layer, which means nope. No, eraser, eraser. Okay. Yeah, no, he is a trip and a half. He is a he is a light in our life. He is a strange boy, um, who sprawls himself into equally strange shapes. Um, Obviously, like as someone who's owned dogs, like I know that all animals have their own personalities, and each one is different. But like, boy, is this boy is this cat different than a lot of other cats that I have met. Like there's some moments where it's just like, wow, you're really not that bright, and then there are other moments where it's just like, um, you may be too smart for your own good, and I don't like that. I do not like this. I do not approve of this. Um, and then he'll do like really weird stuff, like crawl under the covers and or dig at the covers, and then if you lift them up, like oh you want under, he just sort of like snakes around under the cover. Like I don't know how to describe it, but it's just like he'll get under there and then just slink around under them. Um, and then sometimes he'll go to sleep under them. Sometimes he'll find a way to like tuck himself in. Like I've woken up a few times and he's like between me and my husband, like asleep with like his head on one of our pillows, and he like tucked under the covers, and it's really super cute. And it's moments like that where I'm just like, oh, you're so adorable and you're so precious. How could I ever be angry at you? And then there are times like when I got him back from being neutered and he decided that he was going to take it out on me because I was the one who took him to the vet. And he jumped off of our headboard and onto my stomach in the middle of the night. Like full blown, like all weight pile drive straight into the center of my stomach. Um, and that is the only time I have desperately wanted to just throw him. Like I like Henry tried to blame it on the drugs. It's like, no, maybe like the drugs are still in his system and he was hopped up and he just, miscalculated and all this other stuff. And I was like, no, that was revenge. That was pure revenge. That was spite. He hurt me out of spite. It's like, because if it was solely the drugs, he would have jumped on you. But no, he knew what he was doing. He aimed. That was too well coordinated of an attack. He knew exactly what he was doing. But it's okay. Had revenge seasoning on that. It did. It did. Like it's not like I woke up to him sitting on my chest, like breathing heavily, just watching me sleep. Like I will avenge. I will be avenged. No, it wasn't that. Like he squared himself up on the headboard and landed exactly where he meant to, which was on my stomach. He charted that path, that flight path. He knew exactly what he was doing, and had no remorse. Like he had a plan, and he executed that plan. Well, plan to execute while someone's sleeping. Yeah, like I was awake enough because like I heard him up there and I was like, okay, he's on the headboard, whatever. That's fine. He does this from time to time, like it's no big deal. And up until that point, it it hadn't been a problem. There hadn't been a problem with him being on the headboard. Um, but then the headboard became the top rope that night, and he decided that SmackDown justice was necessary, and yeah, that that is what happened. And obviously, the whole house was made aware of it because I was awoken to great discomfort. Uh, and then tried to go back to sleep, holding my stomach and like being on my side. Because just in case he decided to do it again. I accidentally got my poor Finn on the nose because I was asleep. She was on my chest staring at my face. I woke up scared. I felt so bad. Like I've I've had a few I so like both cats have fallen asleep on like we'll go over and sleep on my husband's chest if he is asleep. Um but it's a rarity for them to do that while I'm sleeping. I don't know if it's just because I don't sleep on my back as much. Um but like they'll I know Trixie for sure, like one of her nightly routines is that she likes to come and uh, lay on my husband's chest and get scritches before bed and just get, undivided attention that way. Um which is super cute and I love it. And but like it's very rare, or at least that I've noticed, where like I will go to sleep and I will awaken to an animal being on my chest. Um, so I haven't had one of those moments, but uh, she, Trixie does have a very gentle touch, and so occasionally she will just very gently, if she's trying to wake one of us up for whatever reason, will tap our noses, or she taps my nose. Um, I don't remember if she nose taps for my husband or if she does something else, but she will like very gingerly uh tap my nose to try and wake me up um if she wants my attention. Um and normally that would be a thing where it's like, "Oh, well, you can just ignore that." I don't, and that is just because the few times like she doesn't do it all the time. Um and the few times that she has done it, or like the one time that she did it and I ignored it, I woke up and found out later that she had gotten sick somewhere in the house. Um, and so now, whenever she taps my nose, there's always just like this sort of moment of like, it's probably nothing, but what if it's not? And so I will go through the house and I will check um to see if she has gotten ill somewhere in the house. Um and make sure that she is okay. And if I can't find anything, uh then I will crawl back into bed and I will go back to sleep. But yeah, I just remember feeling absolutely horrible that one time where I was like, was this like the toddler alarm where she was just like, I throwed up. Mom, Mom, I throwed up. And I didn't listen. So now I'm just like, no, we're not taking any chances. I'm gonna go make 100% certain that she didn't, and Um, and then I can go back to bed. But no sleep without certainty. Okay. I am going to. Oh, speaking of Trixie, hello. She has just hopped into my lap. She's Pavloved you. Yeah, I mean, yeah. there's no better way to describe it than that. Um, I have apparently summoned her because she is now in my lap. However, I'm going to, if you all will bear with me for a moment, as it is 12:30. I'm going to hide my screen real quick. Um, where is it? It's this one. Boop. I'm gonna go heat myself up some lunch real quick, and then I will be back. Um, so if you guys don't mind just sitting here and vibing for a bit, I don't feel like turning the stream off. I'm literally just gonna go heat up some of my food and I meant to do the race. I'm gonna have to wait anyway. Bah. Anyway, so I'm gonna go do that. Lunch is gonna be late anyway because I was gonna make more rice and I have not done that, and it takes the rice cooker some time to do that. So I'm gonna do that, and then when that's while that's cooking, I'll be back, and then um, I'm probably gonna eat something while I'm on stream. Um, I will. Well, you know what? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I will be right back. I'm gonna go start the race. I'm gonna upset the cat that just recently, literally just 5 seconds before I got up, as is tradition, sat in my lap because she's in my lap. Don't bite me. Don't bite. Ow. I know you're upset. I know you just wanted to cuddle. Oh, don't make all that noise. Here, watch my seat while I'm gone. I'll be right back. Have you forgiven me? Will you forgive me? Can I pick you up, or are you gonna get mad at me again? Since you're going to be mad at me. I know. I'm the worst. I know. I'm the worst human ever. Thank you for being patient with me. Hold on, hold on, hold on. No forgiveness, right? Like, the worst part is that in about the next 30 odd or so minutes, whenever the rice is done, I'm gonna have to get up and I'm gonna have to get up and move her again, which is gonna make her upset at me again, and then I'm gonna come back, and then I can't win. But okay, you know what? I'm just gonna leave that plugged in so that it can charge. Charge while I'm working. Oh, it disconnected while I was gone. Hold on a second. Nope, nope. There we go. She has the weirdest timing. It's like she knows when I'm getting ready to get up. And so then she'll come over. She does this when I'm like downstairs relaxing on the couch too. She'll be like, I'll be like, okay, I need to get up and go check on the thing that's, cooking on the stove. Uh, it will, like, the timer's gonna go off soon. Um, and obviously, like, the cats will be, everyone in the house will be terrified if the smoke alarm goes off. So let me go ahead and get to that before it does. And then she'll come over and hop in my lap and be like, "It's time for cuddles." It's like, no, 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 ma'am, it's not. Um, um, don't wipe your face on that. That is a cable. Um, do your cats meow at you when the timer goes off? No, no, they don't. Like the timer will go off, um, and stuff. And I think the noise of discontent comes from the fact that I am moving and I am no longer a stable place to lay on. And they are upset about that. She's actually quite upset right now. Um, or at least from what I'm gathering from her tale, she seems to be still a bit miffed with me, which is fine. Um, her emotions are valid. Okay, okay. She has forgiven me. She has repositioned herself. She is comfortable now. Ugo will meow at us until we get the timer. That that would be great. That would be great. That would be wonderful. I would be 100% on board with that. Um, that is not what my cats do. Trixie will lay on me, and I will be like, "Hey, Squirt, you gotta move because the timer's going off, and I don't want the ceiling to scream at me. And you wouldn't enjoy that very much either. I can almost guarantee it." And she's just like, um, she's picked up some bad behaviors from the bulldog, and so it's just like, oh well, I can't hear you because that's gonna involve me doing something that I don't want to do, which is move. I would like to remain where I am right now. You're just gonna have to figure out something else. And it's like, well, it doesn't work that way. And then I have to deal with a disgruntled cat as I, shake and wiggle to get her to move. Um, so, you know, maybe she secretly wants it all to burn down. I hope not. um, with how much she doesn't like loud noises, the fact that, burning said house down would result in a lot of loud noises. Um, I don't think that's her plan. I really hope it's not her plan, but who knows what cats are planning. Ah, yes, I can see that this is when I was still trying to decide if I was going to give Lucky black fingernail polish or like black nails, I guess. I haven't decided yet whether or not they're polished. And so because I don't draw nails. I don't draw them in ahead of time. Um unless I'm actively thinking about it. And I don't think I was for this one. I which is weird because in the last one I drew, I definitely was thinking about it and I gave him black fingernails. Um but not on this one. I don't know where my mind was with this one. I don't know. Uh Probably all over the place because I think I drew this I know I drew these pages in December. Which sounds so long ago now, but it really wasn't. Um So who knows what was going through my mind then? I think I was just trying to make it through the holidays in general. All I know is she's planning something. It's a good plan in my opinion. I have no doubt. I feel like 9 times out of 10 she just wants to be in contact with she wants to be comfortable and you know, who can blame her for wanting to be comfortable? I too would like to be comfortable, and I can understand being upset when that comfort is disrupted. December was yesterday. Yeah, it certainly feels like it. Like I know time waits for no man, but like ugh, ugh. It's like the last few months of the year just like the rest of the year was like we're gonna take our time and it's like okay I guess I mean that's your prerogative and then get to the end of the year and it's just like gah everybody has to go now like everybody has to get on this calendar everyone has to go right now everyone needs to oop, nope everybody needs to everything right now um that's what it felt like. And then now we're back at January and I I posted on Blue Sky because I'm over there now too. Uh same at same everything. Art by QB Blue Sky. Um but yeah, I mentioned um oh actually I have to check something real quick. Hold on just a second. I have to look at something that reminded me. uh, okay, cool. Woo. Boop boop boo doo doo. Where's the OBS window? There it is. Okay. Okay. Ta-da. What was I saying? What was I something about time and things being weird. Oh no, I was posting um checking to I was posting about stuff for March, which reminded me that today is Tuesday and um my webcomic Hate is back from its holiday break, so it goes uh it is back we restart posting today, but I had posted on Blue Sky, me joking at my own expense about how previously in 2023, as I was like trying to figure out what I wanted to do for conventions and applying to cons and all that other jazz, um, having a little teehee moment because I was like, if I line it up just right, I will, uh, haha, I could, potentially have my whole March booked up with, uh, like every weekend booked for a convention. Um, and I was just like, ha 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 ha, isn't that so funny? Until yesterday, after I was looking at my calendar, to confirm for a different date, for something completely unrelated to conventions. And I was just like, hey, I should make sure that these are on the calendar. Oh, I need to add these things to the calendar, which were for conventions. And only to realize that after confirming confirming two shows and paying for the tables, um, I now have three shows in March, and I think they're all back to back. Uh, I think two of them are 2 day, so they're like, I think, actually, let me look at my look let me look at the madness. I have accidentally wrought on myself. um do March. Yeah, no, okay, I take that back. Two of them are 3 day shows, and one of them is a 2 day show. The 2 day show, thankfully, is the last one of the month, or the last one that I'll have. And so yeah, the first weekend, I'll be back in Raleigh. I'll be at RetCon, and I think it's technically in Morrisville, North Carolina. I'll be down there. That will be the first convention of the year, and then I will come home. I will empty out my suitcase, and then I will repack my suitcase, and I will go to AwesomeCon. I need to still book that hotel, but I will be going to AwesomeCon the following weekend, and then after that, I will come home. I will sleep for 4 days. I will I will try to get everything else done that I probably need to get done in that time, and then I will drive back to North Carolina, um, for playthrough gaming convention, and then I will come home, and then I will die. I will die for a week, um, because I didn't realize what I was doing to myself. Um, but that's okay. That's cool. Um, because I am convinced that we will be starting out the year strong. And I don't know what I have. Do I have anything booked for April yet? Not officially. Nothing yet has been confirmed for April or May yet. Um, so yeah, so I I do have a contract job that I have been working on over the last couple months. So that has helped tide me over for the winter months, so it made winter a little less scary. And it makes the fact that, cons are starting up in March for me, the con season starting in March for me a little less scary. Um Tried for Katsucon again this year, didn't get in, that's okay. There's always next year. Um but yeah, I I had a little come to Jesus moment with myself, and I was like, oh God, what have I done? like, like, um, I'm sure I'll be able to handle it. I'm sure I'll be fine. Um, but yeah, I I just now it was one of those moments where I was like, I need to figure out when X, Y, and Z is happening, because uh these pages that I'm coloring, as well as a few other ones that I have done. Um, and fortunately, unfortunately, I guess depending on how you look at it, Um, they're all for a collection of short stories that I want to put together um, as a way to help me figure out world building um, for the next long form story that I want to take. I want to make, take, tell, make. Um, and so I want the short story collection done in time for me to be able to have pages and stuff printed and ready to go by March. Uh, or ready to go for playthrough. Um, and so I'm pretty confident I can do it, even with like the two that the two stories that I added on. Um, I'm pretty confident I can get it done. I'm not too worried right now. Obviously, like the loose deadline for that is everything needs to be everything needs to be drawn and colored uh by the start of February. Um, which I'm pretty sure I can accomplish. Um, without overdoing it in conjunction with the other stuff that I have going on as well. Um, obviously the sooner I get it done in February, the more would be preferred, but with their the place that I like to get them print that I've been getting like Haint and stuff printed at, um they have a pretty decent turnaround. Um and everything, so I'm not too worried. Um I also though don't want to, wait till the last minute and, you know, heaven forbid something's wrong with with the prints or whatever. Um what is that ink line doing? I'm sorry, I just got very distracted. I was like, what is that? What is that supposed to be as I'm trying to color it in? But yeah, as I I want to get it done in enough time so that if there is, an uh-oh or something that has transpired, um I have enough time to email them and be like, help before uh before playthrough. Um so that is my goal. Um and all of this, like I said, to do on top of the contract work, on top of getting back to uh coloring and updating drawing, coloring, updating pages for Haint. Because while I have a considerable buffer for that, and I could take some time off drawing, or more time off drawing that, because I gave myself the whole of December off. I took a break. Um, while I did do that, I don't want to eat through the buffer that I have built. Only to come back, only to, like, be in a situation where it's like, gosh, I wish I had that super huge buffer that I made. um, so that if I also want to get back to it because uh for those who have been following me for a long time, I have a Patreon where I post the pages early. Um and so I would like to get back to updating things for people on Patreon. Um Especially after having readjusted my tiers and stuff and wanting to get stuff wanting to make sure that like I have enough stuff going on in there so that the prices that I have changed things to me feel like they are worthwhile. Obviously, uh, so yeah, so um, that is how that has been going. uh people who are on Patreon, they haven't been completely without anything just because I took time off. They've been getting uh the shirts that I'm working on right now. Or these shorts rather. You can't see what I'm pointing at because I don't have a webcam on. But basically, like the stuff that I'm coloring now, and everything, um, they've been getting to read these, or getting access to these, um, early and everything, in sort of in the place of Haint currently since I haven't been working on that. I decided to give myself a break, um, which I have said. I'm repeating myself. Um, but uh I mean, even when I was doing Haint pages, they were still getting a combo of Haint pages and these pages. Um, so, oh no, wait, I made that a collar, not a, okay. They've been getting Haint pages and these shorts as well. Um, so yeah, so yeah, but yeah, I've readjusted my tiers. Um, for a while, I think when I started making these shorts, I was like, well, I should make a separate tier for those. So I think at one point I had like 3 or 4 tiers total, and that um started to feel a bit overwhelming because I was worried that, I wasn't posting enough and all of them, um and everything. Uh and just in general, I've been trying to like make Patreon feel less um stressful isn't the right word, but just like uh just less, feel it, make it feel like less work. Like I don't, in more recent months, especially with the whole thing with AI and everything, I don't like the word content. So it's just like, well, I've got to create more content for Patreon. Uh, no. But trying to, like make it a priority or make sure that, stuff gets there first. Um, yeah, and less pressure and having like the many tiers and being like, well, I'll just make another tier for this or I'll just make another tier for this. Um, just felt after a point it felt unnecessary. It also felt like I was giving myself um way too much work to do. Um, which is nothing new because I have a habit of being hard on myself and uh thinking that I'm not doing enough, which I am working on and I have made progress on, which is part of the reason why, like I said, I decided to take the plunge and readjust my tiers from all of these tiny tiers, to two. uh, one, uh, one is a $1 tier where basically it's like, hey, I just want to, like, I just want to be here. I just want you to know that I'm here. Here's $1, or what have you. And, uh, like, you still get to see stuff. You get, like, updates, and they're gonna find out, about con schedule and stuff like that first, and any other updates or brouhaha I have going on before, other people do and everything. And then the $6 tier, which uh was a combination, I think, of like a what was originally like the $3 speed reader tier and then like a $4 shorts comic tier. I slammed them together and decided that $6 felt fair. So for $6 a month, you get Hate updates as I finish them. You get these shorts as I finish them. Any other shorts that I make. Um, because I achieved my goal last year. I wanted to make more comics. So instead of trying to like, okay, well here's a shorts tier, or like here's something that can go into the shorts tier, here's something that can go into the hate speed reader tier, here's something that can go into the behind the scenes tier. Um, yeah, no, I just slammed them all together. uh, so uh, so yeah, so the hope is that obviously with those combined, it makes life less stressful for me, because then I don't feel like I'm asking for money from people, or people are giving me money and I'm not delivering enough of something to them, because maybe because some of the shorts that I've done, like these ones that I've been calling Bountiful, they're um they're going to continue. They're going to be interconnected, uh, and everything. Like I said, they're me building up a skill set and building up that muscle memory for a longer form story that I want to work on once I finish Hate. And um so these ones are going to be there's going to be no real consistency just yet with their scheduling, but like they're going to keep popping up. But there are other shorts that I made. Like I made a that you can see on like, or little snippets like on my website, where I made a short um about some feelings that I was going through while playing when I was playing Breath of the Wild. I borrowed a copy from a friend, and yeah, just getting to experience, like, oh, that is a completely different language. um it's like just like a little fan comic that I made for Breath of the Wild. There was another short that I created called Odds and Ends, which again, like, is kind of its own little standalone thing. It's not like the Zelda fan comic. It's not something that, as of right now at least, is connected to a larger story. And so, you know, those are just, as those story ideas come, those comic ideas come to mind, then I'd make them, and then I'd go back to the stuff that I had been making or what have you. Um, and so having a separate tier for those seems to make sense initially. It's one of those things where it's like, no, it's gonna get really messy really quickly, because I'm gonna start feeling bad if I don't post anything in that tier for a while, and these people are giving me money every month, for specifically, this sort of thing. Um, so that's why I just slammed them all together. Um, and so that way, if you subscribe to the $6 tier, hopefully the hope is that, obviously, with all of the different, whether I'm making a short comic, or I'm doing Hate updates, or I'm doing Bountiful stuff, or eventually the long form story Bounty, which I'll probably start posting on Patreon before I build a website or whatever for, like, you'll get those, and you'll be getting something constantly, is basically the thought process. That, like, you'll be constantly given something for the money that you're getting, um even if that one particular thing, like, you know even if you're only really initially there for like oh, well, I only really care about the Hain updates. Like, that's fine, but, you know, your $6 will get you the Hain updates and everything else that comes in that tier. Or, oh, you're only there for the Bountiful shorts? Well, that's okay because you'll also get Hain updates early and, you know, all that stuff. Like, you'll still be getting something. Um, if you choose to ignore those updates, you know, that's up to you and that's also completely fine. But, you know, that was the thought process behind it so that I'm not sitting there feeling like, you know, like a couple months go by and it's like, oh God, I haven't put anything in the shorts comic tier, but I also haven't had any idea for the shorts comics. Uh, and these people are just giving me like $3 or $4 a month. So, so yeah. Um, so that was that thought process and re reorganizing, rejigging all of that, and uh, hopefully, uh, hopefully that all works out, and I will be able to make my Patreon more, just more, I guess. Like, and you know, like I'm not gonna sit here and sugarcoat it. Obviously, like doing stuff as an artist is a bit hard, and I don't want to. The reality of the situation is, you know, like having multiple streams of income is helpful, and I would like to be able to make, you know, my Patreon more a more useful stream of potential income so that I can continue doing the stuff that I want to do and, you know, writing and drawing the stories that I want to draw and create. Um and you know, potentially not having to, like, getting to a point where I don't have to rely on stuff like conventions or um in-person shows as much anymore, just because, you know, good shows happen, um but, you know, sometimes it's hard to get into shows. Sometimes shows that started out great are bought by people and they kind of turn to poop. And you know, that is all I will say about that. um Last thing I want is for the first stream back to just be like a, not mudslinging, but being like, you know, having a moment of just being like, yeah, this concept and this concept. Like, well, we'll wait till we get more more involved uh, before we start doing that. Um, but yeah, just like I want, um, yeah, I sometimes it's hard to get into conventions. Some conventions are getting way more expensive than they should be. Um, some conventions are also having like their own reckoning. A convention I applied to, I didn't get into, but over the course of waiting to hear back from them, um, like this, there was this huge blow up, where like the person running the con and some of the volunteers and stuff, like it just, everything went sideways was my understanding, and like the volunteers and the staff were just like, well, we're not coming back until this person is removed. And the person was like, I'm not going anywhere. And so there was like this huge boycott and everything. And meanwhile, like people and like Artist Alley chats and stuff like that are like, so is this con happening or not? Like, um, and so like it got, the con was happening, but then some artists pulled out in favor of the volunteers and stuff. And the con staff as whole, and then some stayed because they were like, well, I'm local, and I've already sunk the money into it, and blah 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 blah. Which like there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, blah blah blah. But like, yeah, no, like I completely understand everybody's different points, but I was just sitting here, and then they were like, I got the email being like, you have not, you didn't make it in this year, but you can sign up for the lottery if you want to, and I was like, nope, that's okay. That's fine. I don't need to sign up for the lottery for this one. That's fine. That's fine. I'm okay. And then there are other ones where it's like, like with Katsukan, like I didn't get in, um, which is fine. And they have the whole like lottery thing that you can sign up for, like if you show up like the day of, and you could potentially get a table if there are no shows and stuff, and that would be great. But Katsukan is not in my backyard, so that is a trip to make on a maybe, and yeah, so that is also another moment of just like I don't know. So yeah, so I will be my rice should be done. I'm gonna go slam together some food real quick. Um, if you will wait patiently for me, I will get too expensive of a movie. Yeah, like I understand and I appreciate that they have that sort of system baked in. So like it's not me slamming their lottery system. It's just that like if I lived in the DMV, um, or like I lived closer to the National Harbor, then like yeah, I'd just pop over there on a Friday and I'd be like, so you got any tables? Can I get a table? Yeah, sure, that's great. But like with the travel expenses and the hotel and everything, like that's just too much of a maybe to do for something so far away. Um, and so it's like, yeah, if I don't get in, I don't get in. That's fine. Um, but the amount of money that I would have to put in for maybe I could is too much, too rich for my blood. But yeah, I'm gonna go throw some lunch together. I will be right back. The cat is already upset with me. Let's see how mad she's gonna get in 5 seconds. Um, but I will be right back with a bowl of food. I need you to get up, sweetie. Don't bite me. Stop. There are witnesses to your cruelty. Here, sit right there. have returned. Lunch. Are you gonna be mad at me? I feel like you're gonna be mad at me. Let go of the blanket. I know. I'm working as fast as I can. Here we go. I'm sorry. I know. I'm the worst. This is what happens when you choose to sit on my lap. I wiggle around too much. I'm horrible. All right. Food is tasty. Food is super tasty. Okay. The cat may or may not settle back down. We'll see. But yeah, yeah, some conventions, yeah, that whole last convention was just like, oh God, um, that's happening. Um, and then some conventions are just, like tablecloths are just getting too expensive for what, they're offering in exchange, and stuff. So it ends up becoming a situation where it feels like you have to choose. Um, you really have to pick and choose which shows. And then um, sometimes, uh, it feels like now, especially like obviously when I was growing up, like I'm in my 30s now, but like when I was growing up, and like at least in my mind, the convention world was a lot smaller. There were like the massive ones that you heard about, and then there were like the one that happened in my city. And now it just seems like there's so many, um and that just conventions in general are so oversaturated that like the people who go to them get to go to, could go potentially to a convention that month, um or two a month for the whole year. But that eventually leads to meaning that potentially those same people who are attending the con like don't have enough money or don't have extra spending money to spend, once they get to the show. um with shows that are like raising prices on tables while not necessarily giving people, you know the artists more space or whatever. um like it's just starting to it's that moment where you're just kind of sitting there wondering when the bubble's gonna burst. And you know I obviously don't want to give up conventions completely, but I do. There are some plans for the future that I have where like, going to conventions would be a little harder. So, or like they wouldn't be impossible, but it would involve a lot more effort and potentially more expenses on my side. And so, you know, having other stuff like, like say my Patreon doing better or being more enticing, um is a better idea. Um and like thinking, obviously it's not just my Patreon, like I've been thinking about stuff like that for a lot. um I used to sell a lot of my stuff on Etsy, um but with all of their current fees and stuff, I finally took the plunge later last year and built a shop onto like my Squarespace website and everything, because if I'm going to be paying all these fees and having to drive all of the traffic and all of the attention to my shop anyway, then I might as well just have my own shop attached to my website. So that's what happened, and slowly things are dwindling on my Etsy as, items run out of like their listings run out, the time for their listings run out or whatever. I haven't been renewing some things and everything, and you know, um just trying to find other ways to reach people. And streaming, like I don't have any current plans. Streaming is not one of those like, oh, I'm gonna use this and I'm gonna diversify my income with that. Like, no, I like if that happens, that's great. I will fully be on board and excited for that. But that is not why I got back into it. I miss interacting with people. Um, it's one of the things that I enjoyed about conventions. But you know, I would like to be able to interact with people more than just like say on Instagram or whatnot after I leave a show. And if I start streaming again, this is an option for me to interact with them. Um, so yeah. I wanted to pay attention to online more, because conventions have been getting a bit too much for me expense wise, and the risk of getting tickets less and less appealing. Yeah, like there are some conventions that like I've been to that still, and this is obviously before the current state of things, where like there is a current surge going on because of all the holiday travel and all the other stuff. So like if you stop masking, please start masking again. It's never too late to start up. Like make sure you have all of your shots and all your boosters. Please be safe out there. Um I have some friends who are dealing with long COVID, and it is no joke. Um it's not fun, and you don't need to put yourself through that. But like yeah, like there are plenty of conventions that just have kind of thumbed their nose at general precautions or anything. Um while I've also been at shows that are very, very um adamant about people wearing masks, people keeping on their masks, um, and everything, and then even like not even allowing it a chance for like people to be like, oh well, I forgot my mask or whatever. They're like, here, we have some, take some, put them on your face. Um, and I've seen that from shows that are both big and small, so there's really no excuse, other than like you just don't care about the people who are coming to your event. Um, because I've been at like small indie shows, and they've been like, here are masks, and not even like just like the blue surgical ones that are cheaper. Like they're giving people like the NK5 or like the N95 masks, and just being like, here, oh, you forgot yours, here, oh, like we also have them in different colors, you want a pink one or a black one or a white one? Like you don't get a choice in this matter. If you want to come into this event, like put this on your face. um and of course there's going to still be people who, when someone's not yelling at them, they're gonna like have it under their nose, or like have it as like a chin strap or whatever, or dangling from their face. But like at least the events themselves are trying. um Whereas, there are some other events where they're just like, whatever, we ball, let's go. And as someone who like back before the scourge happened, would go to conventions, and I consider myself a relatively healthy person. Like I wash my hands regularly. I bathed at cons. Like I know that's kind of like a running gag that cons are smelly because some people don't shower while they're there, but would bathe, all sorts of other stuff, blah 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 blah. But like I would always leave a convention after a weekend and then would just come home with con cred, no matter what I did. Like I would be sick. I would, and like I remember my mom being like, I don't understand why you have a cold in the middle of summer. Like, what have you done? Like, maybe you need to like get more sleep. And I was like, no, I just got back from this convention where I'm like crammed into a space with thousands of other people with dubious amounts of hygiene. um, Chances are someone came with like a cold and then just spread it because we're all in close proximity. And you know what I haven't had to deal with since coming back to conventions because I've been wearing masks? Concred. I have not had Concred once since I started going back to conventions in 2021 because I wear a mask. And like even when I was tabling beforehand, like I'd have hand sanitizer, I would be wiping down my stuff, I would be trying my best not to touch things. Um like wiping down my phone regularly because I use that as like my cash register and stuff like that. Or sanitize, like running my hands over with hand sanitizer after taking like a certain number of cash transactions or whatever. Like I'd still come home with Concred. Ever since I went back and I started wearing masks, I have yet to have a case of Concred. Again, like the sickest I've been coming back from a show was that first time I went to AwesomeCon, and that was because I lost my voice because I was dumb. I was trying to, like was essentially screaming through a mask for 3 days. But yeah, like yeah, no, it's just like con cred, con flu, whatever you want to call it. Like I love the nerd community, and I love how like close a lot of us are, and the fact that like I can go to a show that I've been going, like at Amazement for example, I can go there, and I've been going there since I was in high school, and I have friends from high school, I have friends from college, I have friends that I only know because of that convention and that I only see there. Like like I've been going there for years, and every year I would leave sick. Like I'd get back, and you know, Monday I'd feel tired, and it's like maybe I'm just tired because I was staying up late and doing all this other stuff, but it was probably that in conjunction with everything else. Like nope, I'd get sick. And then when I first started tabling, it was kind of the same. It's like, oh well, it's Concred, like, and tabling's even worse because like it's kind of like retail in the sense that some people forget that some people forget that you're supposed to cover your nose and your mouth when you sneeze, and some people, or their hands are full and they basically just sneeze like all over in your direction, and you're just like, oh no, I have to breathe this. And yeah, money is dirty. Um, and I'm not even a germaphobe. Like working in retail, like money is just like any person who has ever worked in retail or in fast food will tell you about like everyone. I can almost guarantee it. I would stake money on it. Everyone has a story about one person who has given them boob money, where like And it's usually like in the middle of summer, and someone has reached inside of their shirt, not their shirt pocket, not the breast pocket, but they reached inside of their shirt into their cleavage, into their décolletage, and have pulled out money to pay you with. And let me tell you, there is nothing more uncomfortable than not wanting to take money from somebody because it's come from inside of their shirt up against their skin, but knowing you have to take that money because this is how they are choosing to pay you with. And yeah, no, money's gross. Money is gross. And that's the stuff that those are the instances where you know where that money came from, at least in that moment. Like, I don't know where some of this money came from beforehand. I don't know if you went directly to the bank and got freshly printed ones. Like, mm, money's dirty. Like, I started joking with my parents and also with my husband. I was like, I'm gonna buy one of those I'm gonna buy one of those like little mesh lingerie bags for laundry, and I'm just gonna start stuffing cash in there. Um, when I get back from conventions, I'm just gonna stack all like just stuff all of that money in there and then just throw it in the washing machine. Uh, Pretty sure the government says that you aren't supposed to do stuff like that, but I mean, money is dirty. Money is dirty. Money is dirty. Money is gross. Like, I just I haven't yet, but like you can best believe I do not I try to handle the cash that I get from people at conventions as little as possible. And um like once they walk away from the table and they're enough out of sight, like I immediately grab the hand sanitizer and I start wiping down my hands. Because it's like I'm not doing it because I think they're dirty. I'm doing it because I know that money is dirty. Because like, you know, it's it's cloth, it's fabric. It absorbs things. It's been in pockets, it's been in hands, it's been in wallets, it's been inside of people's shirts. It's been everywhere. It's been outside. You know, it's been up against other money that could have been seen even more heinous stuff. Like money's dirty. So like I don't think people are dirty, but I definitely think their money is. In their mouth, in a child's mouth, and like I don't disparage sex workers or strippers, but you know, like, sir, you're paying me in an awful lot of ones. Um, um, I mean, money's money, and it'll deposit the same way as everything else, but like, do I know where this money's been? No. It's or you know, people who I think people dirty. Okay, like I mean, I will acknowledge that people are dirty. Um, but I think it's mostly I just try I still try to operate on a sort of like benefit of the doubt. Like I don't want to inherently be like, you dirty. You gross. Um, but you know, I've seen some stuff. I've worked enough in retail. I part of the reason why I don't want to go back to retail is because people. It's because people. It's because people. Um, because you get Karens, and I mean Karen in the actual definition of the word, or the original definition of the word, a person on a power trip who, immediately turns on the waterworks because, you know, they're not getting their way, even though their way is like 100% against company policy. Like, it's not going to happen. like, like you can keep yelling at me and you can get louder. I can get louder too, but like no one's going to be happy because we're not no. The answer is no. Um like I don't even remember how we got on the subject. Did you get the people pooping down the island? Yes. So I had that happen. It wasn't um it wasn't my it wasn't my very first job that I ever had. Thank God. Um but that was during my second job. Um Thankfully I was on like the backside of the store. I don't remember if like the lady had an issue with my manager or something or what happened. Um but I was working at a we will simply refer to it as a craft store. I was working at one of the big craft stores in our area. And I don't know, this lady had like her kid with her or something, and she decided she had beef with the manager that was on shift that day. I don't know why. Um but it I was at AC Moore. It was the green store. I was working at the green craft store. You know which one that one is. But anyway, yeah, she had beef with my manager for whatever reason. And then the like I'm back by the fabrics doing my job, taking care of my area, and then he comes over to me at one point and he's just like, I don't know for certain. I will have to check the cameras. But I think that lady just took a massive jump over in like the craft section on the floor. And I was like, excuse me? like like I was in high school at the time. This did not seem like something that normal people would do. I was so baffled and I was like, you mean her child? Like the kid got away from her. And like I'm sitting here running a completely different scenario. I'm like, the kid clearly the kid got away from this lady. Um and and you know, did shenanigans that kids do sometimes, and that the kid pooped in the aisle, and then she caught the kid and was like, no, and then, embarrassment. We gotta get out of here because I can't. People can't know that my child doesn't have home training and decided to poop in the middle of a department store. We gotta get out of here. Come on, kid, and just grab the kid and, abandon your cart and never return to that store ever again. But no, um, he assured me that no, he was quite confident, um, that it was in fact not a child, um, that it was definitely the adult because, um, let's just say because of the size. Let's just leave it at that. Let's just leave it at that. Um, and I was so baffled, and and I don't remember, um I don't remember what happened after. I don't remember if they did, like if the lady was on camera doing it. I like if they caught her and then like she got banned from the store. I don't remember. I just either an adult or that baby split itself in half. I mean, kids can do strange things, but like, but yeah, like yeah, no, it was, it was, it was like I can't even say it was like, wow, that was rough, buddy. Like, no, like I just woof, oof, ugh. And to my manager's credit, he took it in stride. I mean, like, what else are you gonna do in that situation? That was the day that I learned that we have like that stores have those because again, I was in high school, I didn't know any better. That stores have like emergency kits. I think they're mostly or like the original plan for them is supposed to be like, say someone throws up in the store on accident. Like you don't really plan that. Um, so there's like a waste thing that you use that has stuff so that you're not dealing there. Like it's like a first aid box but for like body stuff, um the non-bleedy kind of body stuff, and so like apparently stores just have these, um and places kind of have those, which makes sense. um but like, my god. I like I was just like, you good, chief? Like, sir, is everything all right? Like, would it? And then like, I remember going home and telling my parents, and then just being like, um, no, you mean like the lady let her kid poop in the store, and I was like, no, like no, no. I I wish I did, but apparently no, that is not at all what transpired. Um, Not in the least. uh, and so that is my riveting tale about me learning that humans can be terrible people if and when they want to be. Um, which unfortunately sometimes is more often than not, and I hate that. I hate that some people are like, "Oh no, I'm actively choosing to be terrible. I could be better, but I'm actively choosing to be a menace and a problem. And now it's your problem to deal with this, and I hate it." You and your parents came to the safe thoughts and were wrong. I mean, like even at that point, like I had worked with kids before. So I was just like, sometimes kids have accidents. And like I saw this lady walking around with a child. So I was just like, no, clearly this poor child had an accident. That's what happened. This poor child had an accident and the parent was embarrassed. And instead of saying anything, they just fled the scene. Um, because nobody wants to think that an adult would do that. We're reasonable and the lady wasn't. Yeah, no. This was one of the first moments where I realized that, maybe, um, maybe all adults aren't reasonable people. Maybe some people just suck. Uh, like, maybe some people unfortunately are just terrible, and there's legitimately no reason why they're terrible. They just are. And and it's just like why would you do that? Why would that be your course of action? Like you got told no, so you decided that you were gonna go make it everyone else's problem in the worst way possible. we had a lady that would send her kids in to steal. I didn't have that problem. Um, I did, or at least, or at least if that was a problem, that wasn't a problem. Uh, that wasn't a problem when I was at work. Um, but what did annoy me, um, that happened frequently is that uh we had so like most of those stores, you have you like all of a majority of the candy is up by the register. It's that last ditch effort for the store to try and get you to buy stuff before you leave. Um, it's the same tactic that they use in grocery stores and everything. Like it's right by the register. It's right at eye level so that you or any child that, you know, may want candy, um, will see the candy and be like, "Ooh, that looks delicious. I want it. I should get it." Um, that's why that's there. It's to try and convince you to buy it before you leave. One last ditch attempt to get like a couple more bucks out of you before you leave the store. Um, that said, um, without fail, there would be people who would come in who would like come into the checkout area, even when we reorganized it around so that it was like one of those like zigzaggy ones, so you had to like travel down the line. They would come in, they would come over to that section, they would they would get like a candy bar, look you straight in the face, mind you, as they are purchasing this candy bar. Well, no, actually, they're not purchasing the candy bar. That was the problem, is that they would get the candy bar, look you in your eye, and then walk off, and then would walk around the store, eating the candy that they just bought. And then would come up to the register when they were finally ready to check out, and then would hand you the empty wrapper. And if I hadn't already been up by the register and seen them with the candy bar, like take the candy bar and walk off, like, and start eating it. Like, they weren't sneaky about it either. Like, they would make eye contact with you, grab like a Snickers bar, open it in front of you, and then just walk off. And uh, like, I'm a high schooler. I am a high schooler that at the time struggled with confrontation. So, like, I'm not about to chase down some 60-year-old woman and be like, "Ma'am, give me back that Snickers bar." You can't do that. I did try one time. I was like, "Ma'am, like, you have to pay for that." And she's like, "Oh, I will." And then kept walking. And it's like, "No, like, ma'am, you have to pay for that now." And she's like, "Oh, no, I'll pay for it when I leave. Like when I come back up to the front. It's fine." And I was just like, "But it's not, because you need to pay for that." And she's like, "Don't worry about it. I'll pay for it." And I was just like, "That's not how this works." And apparently though, it was how it worked. Um, because like I bring this up to my manager, and I was just like, she just took it. She just took the candy bar. And it's like, "You told her that she had to pay for it, right?" And I was like, "Yes, I very much did." And she was like, "I will." And I was like, "Okay, do you want to do cash or card? Like, let's get this done right now." And she's like, "I'll pay for it later." And it's like, "No, ma'am, that's not how this works. That's never how this has worked." Like, you can't even blame the youths on this one. Like, I know that's not how this works. Um, but yeah, no, like I remember telling my manager, and she was just like, "Okay, well, just make sure she gives you the thing, like make sure you ring her up for it when she does come to check out. And it's just like, okay, but what if I'm on lunch? Like what, like we're putting an awful lot of trust in a lady who couldn't be bothered to like buy the chocolate bar when she started eating the chocolate bar. Um but yeah, no, like I had people who did that. Um and again, like my parents were completely mystified and they're like, "What? That's ridiculous." And I was just like, "You're telling me, but what can I do? I'm paid minimum wage. I'm a minimum wage high schooler. Like she's definitely not going to listen to me, and if the manager's not going to do anything about it, well then why would she care?" Um so yeah. And then, like I want to say I'm surprised, but I'm really not, cuz I've seen people do that at grocery stores where they're like eat, like that's the one that extra doesn't make sense. Like a friend worked at a grocery store chain, um not the bougiest ones, but like, a nicer one. And it was like, yeah, people will like come in and they'll like take a banana from like the produce department and they'll just eat the banana and then they'll hand me the banana wrapper, like the banana skin at the register. And it's like, you realize, unlike a candy bar, this banana is measured by weight. How am I supposed to weigh this empty banana peel? Like, how does that work? How you expect this to work? Banana produce is weighed by weight. It's priced by weight. How do I weigh this empty banana peel? I'm gonna charge you $5 for this banana. Yeah, management tended to be just as frustrating as customers. Yeah, like I had my moments of hit or miss, um in the times that I worked in retail, where the managers were basically useless. Um I had some really good managers. I've had some that, you know, I don't know if they were burnt out. I don't know if I don't know what it was, but they were just like whatever. And it's like, oh okay. All right. All right. So we don't care that this is happening. Just I just want to be sure so that I know that I'm putting in the right amount of effort here. Um just so that if I get yelled at later, like, I'm covered, I'm good, we're good. But like, yeah, you know, me I had a sibling who would eat the chicken from the chicken counter and would just leave the container and we'd leave. No! 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 Uh, I mean, the the slightly sassier side of my brain is like, well, if everyone else is doing it, then they're fine. Let them eat whatever they want. But no, don't do that. I felt so bad. My baby hurts still feels guilt. I mean, you were a child, so one can only expect so much from you. It is not your responsibility. um, so don't feel guilty. But like I just uh, I like how this all sort of sprung the 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 tr- the horror trauma stories of retail sprung out of like people be nasty at conventions. Um because I mean it is still true. People be nasty. It can't be helped. Yeah, I mean, I have hope for humanity. Uh, I have hope that people will do better, and people do better. Like, I mean, again, I started going to cons in high school. Um, I find it funny and not like a funny haha let's make fun of like let's make fun of the youths sort of way, but in a oh thank God times are changing sort of way. But like I remember attending cons where like in the era of glomping and yaoi paddles and now that kind of stuff seems so like not okay. Obviously like it wasn't okay then, but like explaining to like some younger kids that you're like, yeah, that's like people had paddles that had like yaoi emblazoned on them or whatever, and there was a good chance that someone might smack you on the back of the legs with said paddle, and watching their eyes bug out and then be like, that's horrible. And it's like, yes, it is. I'm so glad that so much of the culture has changed now. The kids are like, that's not okay. And it's like, yeah, you're right. It's absolutely, it wasn't. It was not a fun time. And then, Floppy was the whole, like, just blitzing people. Um, which is fine if you're doing it with your friends. If you were hug tackling your friends, that is, as long as you have your friends' consent, like, go for it. Uh, but some people who didn't have restraint uh, would glump random strangers, um, especially if they were cosplaying as a character that they liked. Uh, and, I'm not surprised that the cosplay is not consent movement was birthed out of that because, yeah, stop touching me. I don't know who you are. Please don't touch me. Um, so yeah, now things are so much better. Everyone has a much better understanding and acceptance of like what is proper. Like con etiquette has obviously always been there, and sounds like people wanted to get self-defense. I mean, some people did, and then their feelings got hurt and they're like, why'd you punch me in the face? And it's like, why did you tackle me? I don't know who you are. um and stuff like that. But yeah, no, like it's con etiquette has definitely evolved and gotten so much better. And you know con spaces are obviously much better places than they used to be in some of those aspects. And I think it's partially because times are changing, which is great. And also some of like like obviously I know at least for like my cohort and stuff, like we got older, like we grew up and we stopped doing immature shit. Oop, well, no, nobody heard that. We stopped doing immature stuff, and we were like, oh yeah, like that's not cool. And actually, I didn't. I don't like it when random strangers touch me, um, and everything, and you know it. And also, people started, like raising their kids, um, to like acknowledge that hey, that person in the cosplay over there, that is they may be cosplaying your favorite character, but they are a person. Please ask them before you take their picture or ask them before you hug them. Um you know, this person may be eating right now. Um, I had that happen when I did my Tiana cosplay for the first year at Animazement. I was absolutely mobbed by uh children, and much to my surprise, but it like in hindsight it made sense. Um a lot of teenagers, a lot of preteens, and then I realized, oh, these are probably the kids that they were all probably children when that movie first came out. Um so that's why they're so excited to see me. That makes sense. Now that I've done math and I've realized things that yeah, that tracks. But like, there was a point where we had walked over to the Jimmy John's, and I obviously couldn't fit inside, and my friend went inside to go get us sandwiches and drinks, and I was sitting there cramming a sandwich in my face. And I hear this tiny child uh like, oh my god, there's Tiana, and like, her parents got excited for her and everything. And they were just like, you know, she wanted to come over and say hi and stuff. And like her parents just kind of looked over at me and they were like, sweetie, she's eating. Like let her like she's just let her finish eating. Um and maybe if she's done, like they were stopping to get food too, and like maybe when she's done, we'll be done. And then you can, go talk to her and stuff like that. But like, she's eating. Um and a few other were like that too, where they're like, careful, don't sit on her dress. Like, ask her if you can have a hug with her. Like, you have to ask her if you can have a picture. You can't just run up and assume that, you know, and like, just teaching kids to be kind, respectful little people. And so, like, stuff like that obviously stays with people. Well, it stays with most people. And, those kids are going to grow up and be hopefully respectful, um, respectful teenagers and respectful adults, and be like, and carry those things with them. So I do think, um I do appreciate that, growth has obviously happened in the nerd community and things are getting better. And I suspect they will continue to do so. I'm gonna erase part of this line thinly. But yeah, like things are getting better. People, uh like, not to be toxic positivity or anything, because I don't jive with that, but like I do try and find, um try to look on the brighter side of certain situations. And while there are definitely parts about, the current state of the world that are gross and stupid and suck horribly, there are also a lot of parts that have gotten better, and that I can even acknowledge have gotten better as I've gotten older, and those things deserve to be acknowledged, um, and not ignored or forgotten about just because, you know, other other stuff's happening. Um, yeah. So also ignore all of these blank pages up here. I realize that by calling attention to it, uh, it'll just draw your attention more. But those are there because they are blocking off stuff that I don't want you guys to see right now. Um, from previous shorts that I've made, uh, and done. So, um, yeah, not so shameless plug. If you want to see what those are, you're gonna have to go read them on my Patreon at the $6 tier. Um, they're all in there with text, and yeah, the shorts are in black and white. Because I I would love for them to be in color. And oh, thanks, Stinky. I would love for them to be in color. Uh, However, I also am but one human, and I can only color so many things. Hate is currently in full color for those of you who uh read and enjoy that comic. Um, that is in full color, and as I said, like I really enjoy coloring it in full color. But I do not think that there is a way that I would be able to do uh say like Bountiful and um the long form version Bounty and Haint and color. Oh, like no. Even though I want to do Bounty after Haint completes um and finishes up, um I still think I won't be doing that in full color. I think I'm gonna be doing it in spot color. Um, so it'll be in the similar sort of uh black and white monochromatic sort of coloring that I'm doing now, that you're seeing now. Um, and then the so far the way that I've planned it, the magic that shows up, as this is obviously a fantasy world, if you could not tell from all of the pointed ears and bits and bobs. The When magic is being used or cast, that will be in color. Um, and everything as a way to help differentiate. I don't like that nose. As a way to help differentiate what's happening. Um, and just add a little bit of zhuzh and pizzazz. Um, there we go. That's closer to the shape that I want. Um, but yeah, I love drawing things in full color. I love getting to doing all of the like colorful experimentation that I've done with paint um in color, but um oh, oh, you're good. Uh but yeah, like I I know myself. Um I know how I get and I can get very lost in the weeds when it comes to color and very caught up on color, especially if it's a situation where like in Heat, the characters change clothes regularly. Like the characters do regularly wear different apparel every day. And so then that means that I have to plan what that looks like every like I have to draw and color every outfit. And if they're a character that lives in jeans every day, and I've established that that's a thing that they do because of how I've drawn them and stuff, that's one thing. Like, yeah, I can just draw them in blue jeans constantly, and that's fine. But like, if I've one of the characters in Hate, it's technically a secondary character. Um, but her, see, I drew his fingernails here. Her name is Janae, and I've kind of from the onset when I first created her character, I was like, yeah, she's gonna be that friend that wears like bright, loud colors. Like that is gonna be her thing. Um, and patterned clothes. Um, and then as I started doing that, I remembered, oh no, I'm the person who has to draw. I'm the person who has to put together all of the brightly colored outfits that she wears. I'm the one who has to figure out how I'm going to do the patterns on the thing. And I found out a way to do it. I found, using texture brushes and stuff, I made it work. Uh, but um that takes additional time. Oh no, I'm punishing myself. Oh yeah, no. I do that a lot. One of my favorite pages for Hate. Um Actually, hold on a second. Let me see if I can go find it. I'm pretty sure it's still on my tablet. I'm gonna close that right there real quick. One of my favorite pages um was me experimenting with color and just going absolute absolutely absolutely insane. Had a great time. Loved it. Loved doing it. Enjoyed the challenge. So much color. So much color. Here it is. So I'll say slight spoilers. Um, but all the stuff that's on my tablet, it's all just it's stuff that's been colored. There's no dialogue or text or anything. But well, bam. Like I had so much fun doing this page. Can you tell? Can you tell? I was just like, it's gotta feel like they're at a concert. Like they're at a show. These people are performing. What are at shows? Lights. Lights and lights are reflecting off of people. And it just I had so much fun. I had so much fun doing this page. So there's that one. Look at all these pages. And then there's this one. Like I'm the coloring it made me kind of forgive the fact that this page, or at least like the performer on this page, um, does not have the same, like her pose does not have the same energy as it did in the thumbnail, which is really upsetting to me, because I hate it when that happens. Uh, where like I'll draw a thumbnail and I'll be like, yeah, this is great, this is cool, I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it, and then I'll go redraw it bigger, and it just it doesn't have the same vibe. Like I got close. It's 99% there. It's just that 1%. And obviously I'm the only person who will know. No one else will notice. Um I love the page designs in your color. Thank you. But yeah, I love color so much. Um I had so much fun like so this is part of chapter 4. Yes, this is part of chapter 4. Um and it's I think maybe the longest chapter so far. But I had so much fun playing with light and with color and just like exploring moods and that sort of thing that you can get with color um in scenes like this and everything. But let me tell you, this pink-haired woman, I I did myself a disservice. Or I did no, it wasn't a disservice. I did myself a punishment. I did myself a punishment. She has so many piercings. She has so like let me just okay. She's got both eyebrows pierced. She has three top piercings in the top of her ears. Both of her bottom lobes are pierced with hoops. With hoops. And she has a nose ring, and she's wearing a collar. So, and that is where I chose to stop, because at one point when I was first designing her, I also gave her a lip piercing. And I was like, no, double snake bite, like snake bites, too much, too much. But maybe I could give her a lip ring. And then I was like, no, no, no. She has enough metal in her face so far. I think I think this is enough to show off her personality and show off her design. Do you know how many times I forgot either her, like the three silver piercings in the top of her ear, or her nose piercing while I was at some point in this process? Like, the amount of times I had to go back and add jewelry to her face because I'd forgotten it. And like there was a point I was doing text. I was putting text in. And like, I love these night pages because look at them. Look how look just how moody they are, even in just the small bits. Okay, now I'm gonna get rid of that so that I can get back to other stuff. And you can't see the other stuff. Um, but yeah, like ooh, wrong button. Wrong button. Um, I I would be putting in the dialogue and the text, and I'd be sitting there and suddenly I'd be like, "Oh my God, I forgot her nose ring." Or, "Oh God, I forgot I gave her two piercings on the top of her ear, not three." Uh and then of course I gave her, like, I put braids down both sides of her head. So she had cornrows on the sides of her head, and then she just had like the massive poof. So I was like, "There, see, hair is super easy." And I had to color all of those clothes. So it's like, okay, um, I obviously have a very specific, like, aesthetic that I'm going with for the whole band. Um, so I've got to think of something, and they can't all be in blue jeans. So you saw like one was in red pants. Uh, the pink-haired lady was wearing double fishnets because she had like fishnets under her pants, but she also had like a purple fishnet top um on. And like, I love color. I love color so much. I would love to, maybe, I don't know, maybe I will do bounty in color. I have no idea, but as right now, I know that my sanity would suffer if I tried to do it in color. Like, I know myself all too well. And as also to show that uh I learned a lesson. This homeboy right here, uh this lovely bean with the horns, he had so much more jewelry um when I first drew him. Because he is one of those characters that was a D&D to OC pipeline kind of character. When I first created him, it was 100% for a game, and that was it. Um, because I just wanted to explore his story. Like I just wanted a character for a game. I needed a character for a game. That was it. Um, Things have since happened and transpired and so on. One thing led to another. Um, my husband was running that game for us, which I greatly appreciate. But he asked me some some backstory questions, or asked me to brainstorm some stuff for character development for um for him. His name is Lucky. I don't know why I haven't said that. His name is Lucky. The one with the horns. His name is Lucky. So he asked me to do some character stuff for him, and I was like, okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Um, and then a wild bug crawled up my butt. And I was like, okay, here is the information that you asked for. This is what you've asked for. I will give you this half page of information that has like 3 or 4 lines on it. this is what you asked me to do. Please ignore, please ignore everything else that you see that I have written in this notebook. Um, because I have been possessed by the spirit of creativity and something I need to write this down. So please ignore me. Um, while I have an absolute episode in the corner. And it ballooned from there. And then I was like, well, as is the case with a lot of creatives, especially those that write and and draw, um, I came up with a story that yeah. So that's how these shorts ended up. That's how these shorts kind of came into fruition. That's how Bounty came into fruition. That's how all of this happened. Um, maybe one day I'll share like the full story of how literally a series of random events led to this all transpiring. Maybe on a different stream I'll do that, but like I just yeah. Um so yeah, so that meant looking at his design, um obviously I didn't want to change much because I liked visually how he looked. The downside is, please, please ignore my creative episodes. I'll just gremlin in this corner. Yeah, no, that's me. It's like the brain juice was good that day, and I just decided to take full on advantage of it. Um, and so I yeah, I when I first drew him, um, so obviously his ear, like you can see his ears are pierced. Um, both of his ears are pierced. So he has for lack of better for lack of better wording, he has Howl Pendragon earrings in his lobe. So he's got some dangly pendant earrings. Um Originally in his full design, uh two piercings at the top of each ear. So he had two on his right, two on his top right and two on his top left. And the big difference was on his right ear, he also had a uh like on the lower part of his ear. So let me come in here with a white pen real quick and draw that where so here, boop, he had like one of these things going on. So it was like a like two studs or a clamp and a stud and a chain. Um or like a chain that connected down to the stud. Um and then I realized I have to draw all of that. I have to draw all of that. I am responsible for remembering all of those things. That's on me. Um which again is fine. Um but that is yeah, that's something that I would have to remember to draw. And so I decided to pare it down. So most of his piercings are in his left ear. Um he's got the two dangly ones in left and right. Um but a majority of his piercings are in fact in his left ear. Um which again, which will make it easy to remember that the left side has more metal than the right side, for character design purposes. I also apparently at some point when I was drawing something for him, I gave him a ring on like his left pinky finger, or no, his right pinky finger. Um, I have yet to draw that in any of these shorts. Uh, it's probably not going to exist. It's probably just going to exist in like illustration art that I do of him, when I remember. That's when he gets to wear all of his fancy jewelry. In the comic, he does not. Um, the dangly chain bit, actually. ends up becoming part of a plot point for the longer story, which is why he's currently not wearing it right now. Um, so there is in one of the shorts. So you can't be like, haha. Like if you do read it, you can't be like, ha, I got you. You drew it here, but you didn't draw it there. Um, that is because uh, in the short that he is wearing it in, it is back in time. He also has, when he was younger, he also has longer hair in that one. Um, and that short as another sort of way of being like, ah, yes, this is not present Lucky that we are looking at. Um, this is a past younger Lucky. So he has that bit of jewelry uh, in his ear. Um, you know, all of those small, tiny, important details like that. uh, but yeah, um, all of that to say, I almost didn't learn my lesson with with the pink-haired lady. Um, and almost went full ham with Lucky and was just like, I'm just gonna sparkle him up. I'm just gonna, oh, yep, no, go be safe. Take care. But yeah, and it's just like, I'm gonna throw all the sparkly bits at him. Oh no! I'm sorry. I hope you guys get power back soon. But yeah, so it's like I'm gonna make him super sparkly. Um, and then I remembered I'm the one who has to draw all of it. And needless to say, that toned it down considerably, which is extra funny. Um, considering I have not bedazzled any of the other characters nearly as much as I have him. So that is yeah, like that it's a lot. Yeah, actually I am going to uh I'm going to turn that off real quick. I'm gonna go do a quick stretch break. Um because stretching is healthy, stretching is important. I'm gonna do a quick stretch break. I'm gonna run some stuff downstairs. I'm going to top off my water bottle because hydration is also important. And I'm going to upset the cat because I am moving yet again, and she is disapproval. All right. I will be right back. I'm back. Apparently, I got my lower back. Apparently, um, some of the music was bebopping again on my thing because I saw my little person bouncing and I wasn't saying anything. It was either that or the sound of the cat massaging the chair before she decided that it was too much effort and decided to leave. It looks so swampy outside. Are you coming up here now? Are you gonna stay on the landing? Oh, here comes the boy. Alright. Do I need to wait to get comfortable in case you need help getting on the futon? Hello, Mr. Sleepy Bulldog. Okay, the mic's not picking up your tippy taps. Do you need help getting up there? You got it? Go and jump. I cleared the way for you. You can get up there. Go and jump. Trixie, don't be mean. Alright, I'll help you up there. There you go. Alright. Okay, no, everybody's here now. Trixie's here, Tuna's here, Angus is here, everybody's here. Ugh. I wanted to like that post before it went away. There we go. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Okay. Hope everybody had a good stretch break. I had a nice stretch break. I may need a well, I'm gonna take another one soon. I'm just currently trying to get comfortable in the seat again. I was thinking about it the other day when I bought this chair, and I realized how long I've had this chair, and the thought occurred to me, it's like, well, I could potentially invest in a new chair. We're gonna wait till this chair falls apart. Or it becomes so uncomfortable that I can't stand being in it anymore. Which seems completely responsible and a rational decision to make for me. Alright, I need to set back up the tablet. I also got myself a snack. Because even though I had a quote unquote late lunch, late for me lunch, I usually like to eat around 12. I'm hungry. I didn't bulk out my lunch with a salad like I've been trying to do. I just didn't have anything because I didn't want to have like another dish. A dish with potentially stickier residue hanging around in my office. Until I got to a point where I was like, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna go take it downstairs. So I didn't. So there. And we're back. All of the animals are in the office with me. The dog is on the futon. The cat is on the other end of the futon. The other cat is on the radiator. The gang's all here. The little PNG art is correct. All three animals and artist exist in this space, or existing in this space currently. Why are you digging at the futon? Don't mess with him. He's laying down. Tuna, stop. Your nails are sharp. That's not nice. If you keep bullying him, I'm gonna knock you off of the futon. Angus, you have my permission. Tip him over if you need to. I may have to. Tuna! Okay, hold on a second. Leave him alone. You know what? I don't think this is helping. Put that there. Ugh. All right. Nope, you're fine, Angus. Lay down. You're not in trouble. Lay down. Good boy. Good boy. Poor thing. I'm sorry your brother was being a little jerk. Do, 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 do. I wanted that dirt. Oh, that's okay. I am. I have. I completely forgot whatever our line of conversation was before I left. I know I went to stretch. That other stuff. I think I was talking about Lucky's design and how I adjusted it because I learned my lesson from characters in Hate. And how much I forgot to draw stuff there. And, you know, obviously I'm gonna be the one doing all of the drawing. All of the drawing and all of the coloring. For everything else. So, would be smart to do a design that I don't end up hating. Or, hate's a strong word. Regretting, second guessing, finding plot related reasons for there not to be nearly as much, uh, nearly as many accessories. Um, Stuff like that. Mm-mm. So now I'm sitting here wondering, which is silly because I know myself and I know how I can be. There's a part of me that's like, well, I could, I could draw Bounty in color. Like, let's keep Bountiful in black and white. Let's maintain my sanity there. And then, you know, I can go absolutely crazy later in Bounty because, you know, I'm not planning on working on it in conjunction with Hate. It would be something that I would be making after Hate finishes up, is the plan. So if I don't have any other jobs that I'm coloring or that I'm doing in full color, then I should be able to just commit to full color with that one. Well, yes, this is true. Full color sure takes an awful lot of time. um, you know, surprising to absolutely no one. Like, I feel like that would be a pretty obvious sentiment to grasp where doing things in full color take a considerable amount of time and commitment because unlike unlike what I'm doing right now where I can just kind of um pick a value and go, Uh, Obviously, with color, you have to worry about, um, balance, saturation, color theory, stuff like that. Um, or at least these are things that you should keep in mind. And frankly, while that's fun to experiment with, um, that's also a lot to keep in mind. And keep in the back of your head as you're working on stuff. Color themes and schematic or thematics and blah 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 blah. All sorts. Um I don't think I colored in those trees on that first page. I should probably do that. um but yeah, like here all I have to worry about is um knocking out values that feel right and um adding the values that feel right and that make the most sense and um going from there. Whereas with color, like you gotta do values and you have to do the values that work and the colors that complement each other or don't complement each other. Um, Everything. And I think just for the sense of, just for the sake of experimentation, um, I want to try doing some stuff in black and white. Um, Grayscale, monochromatic, however you want to call it. Um, just because I haven't really. Until recently, until I started doing like the short comics that I did. Like I said, Odds and Ends was one of them, and that one is completely in uh it's completely in black and white. Um the Zelda fan comic that I did is in color and in black and white. Um because of how I chose to do the storytelling there. Um so that one's a mix. But I just kind of I want to experiment. I want to try something new. Yeah, 2024 seems to be potentially the year of experimentation. Hopefully. Art and with with my art mainly. I want to try doing new stuff with comics. I want to try doing new stuff with art in general. Um just to see, it's one of those things where like you'll never know if you don't try. Um hmm. And so that is kind of the thought process going forward. So I kind of want to try some stuff in black and white. Um Not gonna lie, another incentive is that uh I obviously work a lot faster in black and white because again, there's just stuff that I don't have to take into consideration um when it comes to coloring um in a very monochromatic sort of in a monochromatic color scheme. And because I don't have to think about it, and I can just kind of get it done, because I'm just knocking out values. It leaves more time for me to do, commit to other stuff, in the process, in the general process of making and creating. So, I get to spend more time on. Popcorn was a poor snack choice. Popcorn was a poor snack choice. But yeah, like I get more time. Um, I get more. That is way darker than I think I wanted that to be. I get more time to maybe add more fiddly little details if I want to in the drawing and inking process. I get to stop licking. Jeez. I get more time to go back through and look over my writing or futz around with dialogue or change things or experiment in other ways because I have saved myself time here. Uh, and just shaving off time by not having to do all that extra mental legwork with figuring out color. Choosing from a bunch of different grays, uh, or various shades of gray. Um, it's obviously a quicker process than trying to be like, well, maybe if I do this and this, like, oh, this brick should be this color and that brick should be this color and da 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 da. And I don't want them all to look alike, and so on and so forth. I don't have to worry about that. Like, there's still obviously issues with value that come into play, and even though I'm working in grayscale or black and white, however you want to refer to it, there's still color theory involved. There's still things that need to be stopped and need to be taken into consideration of planning out colors and what colors get chosen. There we go. But that is it's just part of that whole experimental thing. I get to try new stuff. No one gets to tell me no. And at the end of the day, I'm still doing what the biggest thing that I want to do and I want to keep doing is I get to make more comics. Like, if it helps me achieve that goal of being able to make more comics, because I'm not sitting here uh stressing out about, like color palettes and stuff like that and whatnot, then I feel like that's a win. I feel like that's a win. And a win's a win. I was like, why is my thing bouncing? It's picking up the music again. Which is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oops. Probably shouldn't drop my pen on my tablet. That uh could potentially cause some problems. Last thing I need right now is my pen to break. Okay, let's just okay. Oh, need to fill that in. I don't know how I like how again, color theory. I like how absolutely much darker that gray was than I thought it was, but it didn't look that way. Which is fine. Perfectly fine. Alright. I don't know if I like that. Hmm. Should I make should I make it lighter? What if I made the hall lighter, but I made this one darker? Okay, not that dark. Maybe a little lighter than that still. That's good for now. That's that's a good contrast for now. I can live with that. Nope. Already have that color on there. I want this one, please. Thank you. gonna look like an oil slick. It's supposed to be... We'll find out if I like it or not once I'm done. If it does the thing that I'm hoping it will. The visual effect that I'm going for. Put a shadow down on that floor, and I think that'll help, which is fine. It's fine. Sorry, it did it again, and I was like, why is my PNG person bouncing? I'm not saying anything. Or I wasn't at the time. It's because it's picking up the music. Which again, it's not the end of the world. I don't mind. Obviously the stuff with the heavier beat is going to pick up more, but it's fine. He's fine. He's fine, it's fine, it's fine. And if I haven't said it already, which I'm not sure I have, but just in case. Thanks for everybody coming by, hanging out with me today. Like I said, I wanted to get back into streaming, and that is on the wrong layer. It wouldn't be a stream without that happening, would it? But yeah, thanks for coming to hang out. Thanks for chatting with me, for those who have been chatting. I know Inky had to run because their power went out. And everything. But yeah, I appreciate you guys stopping by. I hope you are, I mean, nothing too terribly exciting is happening, but I hope you all are, I just want to say thanks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for giving a watch. Thanks for those of you who have followed recently. Yeah. like I know I mentioned earlier that it's mostly like I want to get back into streaming. I want to get back into um mostly because mostly streaming in some sort of regular clip. I was doing that. I feel relatively. Did I just do that on the same layer? Is that on the same layer? No. Okay. Um, back. Let's see. I think started. I first started streaming in 2020. Um, and I was doing that somewhat regularly. As regularly as I could at the time. Um, and then a lot of stuff happened. Uh, People who kept up with me on other social medias and stuff like that regularly, like my Instagram and stuff, know that a lot of stuff happened. Like I got we had a wedding, we moved. Um my plan was to get situated up in the house and get my office together, and then I was gonna jump right back into streaming. Um and clearly that did not happen. um and then, life just kept happening, which, in both good and bad ways. Um Life kept me busy. Uh I had stuff that I had to do and that needed my attention, and so that's what I did. I took care of that stuff. I was doing conventions and events. I was traveling for those. Um yeah, like just a lot of stuff kept happening, and so I didn't get back to streaming like I wanted to. Um and there were also a few other things where I was just like uh not not knowing what to stream. I had mentioned stuff about my Patreon earlier. Um and you know, trying to figure out how to balance streaming with also sharing stuff on Patreon, because like I said earlier, I don't want the people who are paying for the tiers over there to not feel like they're getting, in my mind, for them to not feel like they're getting their money's worth out of what they are subscribing for, because I'm doing this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 blah. Um, and also just trying to figure out what um what streaming would look like, what kind of stuff I would stream. Uh and I wanted to do I wanted to do, stuff like what I'm doing now. Just coloring stuff, coloring pages of art that I've made slash am making. Um but uh in a way that also made sense. Um which I realize is a really amorphous way to say that. I um I was worried. I wanted to so say like originally my plan was like, well, I'll just color hate pages on stream. But I wanted there to be enough of a buffer so it wasn't like coloring hate pages. Why am I doing it this way? Coloring hate pages like a a week um doing the pages that are just about to come out, um and stuff. Like I wanted to be so far ahead that you know, even if people who were reading the Patreon, or people who weren't a part of the Patreon, people who were just reading as I post stuff, they wouldn't go on the website, like they wouldn't come to a stream to see something and then have something spoiled for them or have something ruined for them because they see, the next week's page being done. I also fully acknowledge that this is probably just me overthinking it and it's not that big of a deal and those people might not even care. Um, but my thought process began, well, then I'll need enough of a buffer, or I want to build up enough of a buffer so that, I can do something like that and not worry about, leaving those people out or putting those people in a situation where like they can either watch the stream or not, uh because they might get something spoiled for them. Um and then like it kind of, I guess, worked out in that, oh, that's, I see what's happening. Okay. Um it kind of ended up being a thing where um I was able to create that buffer, so that ended up working out. I feel like I have a pretty significant one. So if I wanted to color hate pages on stream, I'd now feel comfortable doing that without feeling like I'm potentially ruining something for somebody else. Um but also, um I can also color these on stream. Um because no one, um with these shorts, unless you've been reading them uh on the Patreon, like you're not really, like, some of the other shorts that have happened, but because they're not really narratively connected, or some of them aren't, majority of them aren't. How do I say this? Um so they exist in the same universe, and the Bountiful shorts um are about the same characters. They're about Lucky, Imshin, and Mycena. Um but they're all taking place at like, um they're taking place before the long form comic that I want to make involving them. So all of these shorts would take place before Bounty, canonically. However, um inside of the space of Bounty Full, all the little shorts that are happening, they um none of the stories are really interconnected, so you're not missing any, like you're not spoiling anything for yourself. Um Not really. It's mostly like backstory and little blips about their personality and stuff like that. Again, like a way for me to explore the world and get comfortable and drawing the setting before eventually diving into that with with a long form story. My next long form story idea, rather, I should say. And so because of that, um there's a lot more, freedom for me to, say color these on stream or do these on stream, without having to worry about something being revealed or someone spoiling something for themselves is the main thing. Yes, the categories. Um, so yeah, so posting these, doing these. Nope, I want it to be the inverse. Posting these, doing these. That is the point. Nope, mess that up. There we go. That's what I wanted. Um, yeah, so coloring these pages, there's they're quote unquote safe pages to do because no one's spoiling anything, no one's missing anything, no one's um having anything ruined for them. There's an easier way to do. Nope. Do I want to do a texture brush or do I want to do a solid brush? I like the texture brush now. This is what experimenting gets you. Okay. I see what I'm trying to do, but I can't do that with that brush. So I have to use that one. I want to soften that edge with the airbrush tool. Whoop, nope, too big. There we go. Like that. I don't know why I didn't realize it sooner, but now I figured out why all of the animals are gathering around me is getting ever closer to their dinner time. They are about a half hour early, though. So, tap toenails. You guys aren't eating yet. It's not time. That paintbrush is way too big. The eraser is also way too big. Oh, that is the. Okay, I need like an in between gray. Like, what about that shade? What's what's that? How does that pair up with everybody? There we go. That's doable. I can live with that. It's not too dark. It's just dark enough. It's the rain you're hearing. Sorry, the dog just gave me a weird look. Like, what's that noise? It's the rain. No. Can people hear what are you doing? What's the matter? I apologize in advance if you start hearing meowing. It is the cat demanding nourishment. Because I'm a horrible person and I'm starving her to death. I'm starving them all to death. You all should be aware of how mean and horrible I am. And now she has settled by the office door. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes, kitty cat, my love. If you keep going, I'm gonna lift you up. I'm gonna lift you up in front of the microphone. I'm gonna lift you up in front of the microphone. What are you bowing for? Why? That's such a grumbly sound. Did you do it just because Tuna walked by you? She must declare her discontent for both her lack of food and the fact that Tuna exists. Apparently. At least that's the feeling that I'm getting. What's the matter? What's wrong? Are you starving? Yeah. Yeah? I mean it. You keep it up, I'm gonna hold you up in front of the microphone. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll scoop you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hold on, let's see if I can. She's not going to like this, but that may mean that she leaves me alone. Come here. Come here. Come here. No? You don't want to come here? You don't want to come here? No. She knows. She knows what will happen. She knows that a scoop will come. It's not the scoop that she wants. She wants the scoop of food. She does not want to be lifted. She wants to be fed. They all do. And they will be fed in due time. And it's not time for you guys to eat yet. Go through this every day. Nerf, nerf, nerf. There we go. That reads better. Hey, 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 stop scratching my futon. Hey. Yeah, that looks good. I'll do it. I will scoop you. Do not pull something off of my bookshelf. They're just in here cutting up. Yes. Yes. Let's clean up this page first because I haven't been doing that. And then I've been stopping in the middle of other stuff to do that. Oh, there it is. Mm-mm. It is not time for you to eat yet. No. You still have time. You still have time. It's not time yet. Nope. That down a bit. Eat. There we go. That's better. I see you over there. Do not get into that stuff. Tiny cat. Tuna. Tuna. Stop. You have never shown interest in those paint tubes. Leave that alone. Fix. Alright. I will be right back in just a few minutes. I have a quick stretch break. And I'm gonna go feed these poor malnourished animals that are starving because their mean old mom won't feed them. I'm such a horrible person. Alright, I will be right back. Alright, come on, goobers, let's go get you some again. Okay. I'm back actually. Um, but I think I'm gonna stop there for today. I got quite a bit done. Um, and I, as long as my friends have power, I am supposed to be doing D&D tonight. Tuesday night is D&D night. Um, so I'm gonna go emotionally devastate my friends some more. uh, Potentially, or they're going to do something that's going to make me want to slam my head against the desk. The who knows? The dice decide. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and end things there for today. Thank you to everyone for stopping by. Thank you for everyone who followed and is hanging out. Um, these are the other spots that you can find me at. It's Art by QB pretty much everywhere else. Um, I have my own website. You can read my webcomic at hatecomic.com. You can follow me or find me on Instagram at artbyqb. My store has a Facebook page with updates and stuff like that. And you can also find me on Blue Sky or Art by QB on Patreon if you're interested in joining any of the tiers there. Thank you again for everybody hanging out for apparently these last almost 6 hours. I don't know when I'll be back. Hopefully sooner than last time. Hopefully almost 4 years will not pass again. But yeah, I have some more coloring to get done obviously, and I don't know, I might be able to wiggle in some more time tomorrow. Um and everything. So yeah, thanks to everyone for stopping by. Um and I hope you guys have a good evening.